even paralyzing. So let's fix that. Welcome to Simply Cyber, a community of tens of thousands of aspiring and active cybersecurity professionals focused on networking, knowledge sharing, and professional development. I'm Dr. Gerald Dozier, Chief Content Creator at Simply Cyber, inviting you to get the answers to your cybersecurity problems with hundreds of cybersecurity videos answering your frequently asked questions, interviewing industry experts, and live streaming daily cyber threat briefings hosted by me. Now get the stories and insights you won't find anywhere else. Hit subscribe now and dig into all the fresh content on the channel and in the community. Nothing should stop you from launching and leveling up your cybersecurity career today.
All right, and here we are. Let's see if we can get me full screen there. There we go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching right now, coming to us live here at the Simply Cyber Studios here for Simply CyberCon. This is track 2. Real excited that everybody is here. I'm excited that you are all here, and we have got our good buddy Charles Sapp about ready to join us here, going to be talking to us about deep fake technology implications. So without further ado, and we don't want to waste any time because you don't need to be here looking at me, I'm going to go ahead and bring on our good buddy, Chuck. Let's see if this works right here. Got to play around. This is kind of my first time playing around with Restream. Chuck, how you doing there, sir?
Hi, good, James. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
I can't hear you. I don't know if that's me or if that's a you thing. I'm hoping it's you're not muted, are you there, Chuck? No?
No, I'm not muted.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to have to go with the fact that you're live and you can everybody can hear him. We'll see if anybody says anything in chat, because usually if that's the case, they will let us know if we can't hear you, but it could be just me on my end. Like I said, first time playing around with this stuff, so it's real exciting, but you can hear him. All right. Thanks, John. All right. Well, then at that point, it's probably something on my end. We'll call it the PEBCAC. The problem exists between the keyboard and the chair. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it on over to you, Chuck, if you want to start sharing your desktop or your slides that you're going to have with us as we start talking about deep fake technology. Add them as a guest here. Okay. There we go. And I'm going to drop me and let you take it away, Chuck.
And just real quick, I can't see anyone else. James, can you confirm that you can see my screen? Oh, I probably shouldn't have done this. I'm just going to go with it that everyone can see my screen. So good afternoon or good morning, everyone, or wherever you are in the world. I'm extremely excited to speak here. I will be talking about deepfake technology implications. And I want to start off by saying a huge, sincere thank you to Dr. Ozier, the mods, and everyone else who's organized this event, and many of you who are actually supporting the event. This is super huge, and I'm not going to leave out Team Replay. We love Team Replay too, and I'm going to be Team Replay for a lot of these things today. And the other speakers, without their contributions and what they're adding to this, it really wouldn't be an event, right? So really, thank you to all the other speakers and those who are joining. Really, it truly is the collective efforts of all of us in the community that make this event a success. So who am I? I'm just Chuck, right? I kind of stay passive observer. That's my comfort zone. But I am a husband, a father, and a veteran. I'm huge into security awareness. I'm a security awareness advocate. That's actually how I broke into cyber. I came from a more of like a network and telephony background, and really struggled to find my way into cyber. But I did find it through awareness, and it's amazing. I am a student, so I do, not only am I a, husband, father, work full time, but I am a student also. I'm trying to get that like lifelong learning, and it's really been paying off in dividends. And I'm dedicated to service to others. I really value, serving others and seeing where their goals could be reached or how I could assist in that. A huge part of what I do is really the selfless service. And that's really what makes me up as a person. And I'm a member of the Simply Cyber community, which I'm extremely proud of, and I'm grateful to be a part. So on our agenda, we're going to speak on the overview of deepfake technology, the risks and challenges posed by deepfake, We'll talk about some convergence of artificial intelligence. Not really much there, although just really all these things coming together as one. And then the awareness and countermeasures that we could have or that we could create to do this. Now, I did want to speak about some key takeaways. I slightly hope that we could have the takeaway, the potential impact that this could have on our individuals, ourselves, or in society or the world, and the importance of the certain cybersecurity measures that it takes to combat deepfakes. Maybe 30 years ago, it was a pretty easy task to combat some type of deepfake, and that would be more of a photo in that time frame. But these days, it's getting harder and harder as technology evolves. And then the role of AI and social engineering in the creation and detection of deepfakes. This is kind of going to go along with the process and how it started, but then the detection also, right? When we speak about the convergence. So here's the introduction of deepfakes. I forget the who made the definition, but the definition is essentially a video of a person in which their face or body has been digitally altered, so that they appear to be someone else, and it's typically used in malicious ways, right? So what does that all mean? It's really any type of media, audio, video, text, altered by AI that could convincingly mimic someone else for deceptive purposes. We don't see that there. I mean, there's all these different Instagrams or TikToks and other accounts of something that would have a deep fake in a positive way. I don't really see a lot of deep fakes of a family member who's passed and they're still around through some type of digital thing, or just something beneficial, right? A lot of times it's really used in malicious ways, or it's used for entertainment. So the types that we're going to talk about, or of deepfakes, are textual deepfakes, and these are really texts that mimic the style of a specific individual. And we've all seen examples of those in various news sources and things like that, where we ask ChatGPT or something to write a verse in the style of Eminem, and it does an extremely good job. These are not as threatening as others, but we'll see how those really take a play into what we do later on. Fake videos, or they're fabricated of a person replicated with someone else's likeness. We're going to show us a few screenshots of those so you see what those look like. Audio deepfakes, which is becoming more of a concern, in a lot of things around the news where we relate it to scams such as the grandparent scam, CEO, things like that. And then just image deepfakes. Image deepfakes have been around, since images were around. Everyone's always trying to deceive someone. Here's a timeline of essentially the deepfake thing. And so in '97, there was a rewrite program that was created. Not really a lot going on then until 2014, and then even more popularity, I guess maybe mainstream popularity, where we see the Obama and Peel kind of skit, right? Since then, the technology has been evolving. The threshold, or the bar to be able to break into that type of technology is even cheaper, right? I believe for the Obama video, that they use a combination of a publicly, just like an app and Adobe After Effects to create that type of situation. But what happened in 2014 was a generative adversarial network, and it's really it is a machine learning system where two networks kind of talk amongst each other to create something fake. So what happens if you're looking at the bottom there in the generator network, that creates a fake image or fake something, to the best of its ability, and it goes to the discriminator and it tries to pass it off. What the discriminator does is the discriminator then checks real images or real sources and kind of compares that, provides feedback to the generator network saying, no, the nose is off, the hair's not right, that there's some, weird lines around the cheek, whatever the case is. And it kind of cycles or loops through that process until there's something legit that could be worked out, right? So when we think about deepfake, we really want to think about deep learning. And this is exactly what it is, right? This is just a quick example of what that looks like. And here is the 2018 or 2017 skit of what I'm talking about. At first, Obama had started out just saying, I'm going to say things I've never probably heard me say before, and then you saw Jordan Peele was the one voicing it. And I believe just in this instance, the mouth was kind of there. Maybe at the time everyone's like, that looks extremely, think you could see it now, going back through time, that it was altered, but really, a popular piece in that type of area. Lately, or in the past few years, Miles Fisher and Tom Cruise, extremely realistic deep fakes. I think it really complements that he has like the same mannerisms and things like that. So a lot of entertainment value there, but it could be could be scary too. So when we look at the risk, and I'm trying to speed up for time, these really have a potential to cause embarrassment. So we think about our invasion of privacy. When I think about myself, I don't want to see myself with kind of photographs that would be non-consensual and things like that. We're looking at extortion. That's always a type of scam. Whether it be someone social engineering someone to send them photos, right? And then they'll try to extort them for some type of purpose. And in this case, you could just essentially create that picture yourself and try to extort the individual. Reputational damage is huge, false narratives, and then false evidence and legal disputes. Think about the implications it has when you're creating all this false media, and it's not true, and you're just tying up the resources of the legal system, or lawyers, things like that, and trying to prove that this isn't really a legit image of you or of someone else or of a situation. Political misuse is huge, right? We want to think about creating false narratives, propaganda, influence. When you think about the false news events, we don't want to really lose trust in those news sources that we get, or those political institutions, and this has a huge impact against that. And it also harming the credibility of political figures. So between that, the potential international tension, that's all huge. And when we think about the international tension, it may be easy for someone in a different country, or outside anywhere, to maybe realize that a video was fake, or that it wasn't, nothing really happened. But what about those textual uses of deep fake, right? Where you could kind of quote someone in a style that they said it. That's a lot harder to prove that it's false, and some things could kind of expand overnight. Check in time. I'm so sorry. Now, as far as cybersecurity threats, this does lower the entry level for creating effective attacks. The common factor, at least in my opinion, or the common threat that anyone sees, is people. Right? We could have all these resources, billions of dollars protecting our network, but the people are going to be the weakest link at the end of the day. So by inserting this textual thing, or even if we go to a video method of authentication and there's a deep fake there, we want to watch out for those phishing or social engineering attacks. Access to unauthorized systems. Hey, I'm calling the help desk. I can't log into my account. You see me on video, right? I really need access to this system. We got to watch out for that too. And then, of course, scams to destabilize organizations. So there could be some type of scam that's involved with deep fake, where it kind of an organization could greatly suffer, right? And sometimes word spreads faster than the truth, and organizations could really fall victim to that. So on September 12th, the NSA, FBI, and CISA had put together this document. I encourage you to go look it up. This is why I wanted to put this here. It's contextualizing deepfake threats to organizations. That there's a lot of really great information in here on some of the possible threats, some of the things that are known, and some of the future aspects. So I encourage everyone, if you want to look more into this, this is a great resource, and then there's lots of other things. Now, some of the challenges in combating thing, right? We'll always be behind the curve, right? So as new technology comes out, just like any type of cloning or whatever the case is, the detection is going to be slightly behind that. Automated detection may be impossible as things get bigger, or better in the future. So, what we want to do is we want to look at policies that we invest in, or that we support, that has really a long term look at deepfakes. Check in time. Now, as far as a convergence, right? AI is being used to create deepfakes. AI could also combat deepfakes, right? So we want to really invest and look into that. Cyber does play a crucial role in protection. We want to look at these policies, these controls that we have to recognize that this could be a threat, and what could we do to ensure we don't have a breach or anything like that. And social engineering is just always there. So where do we go? Awareness, awareness, right? We want to have awareness training around the tools, the technology, the procedures, what's going out there. Anytime that something's new, we really want to spread that awareness. And yeah, I don't know if I have an ending slide. I don't have an ending slide, but I guess I'll scroll back to the front real quick. And I do want to thank everyone for their time. It was such an honor to present here. and it's a scary feeling. I can't tell you. I felt like I wanted to throw up all morning long. But it's truly a privilege, and I hope that this was just at a basic level for everyone, and we could further the conversation in the community.
No, thank you very much, Chuck. You were spot on time, no problem whatsoever there. Oh wow, I kind of went a little pink here. I'm playing around with the colors behind me, trying to get into that Simply Cyber vibe here. So, talking about the deep fakes, that's kind of a hot topic for me as well, that I've been going around on the circuit, because it's all part of social engineering, and folks know that that's what I like to talk about, is social engineering. So one of the things that I'm kind of curious about, and folks, if you've got questions, definitely drop them into our YouTube chat here so I can see them. I'll have it come on up here. But question I did have for you real quick, Chuck, is, and if you covered it, I apologize, but what are we seeing in the way of being able to detect these deep fakes? I know there is some technology out there. Have you come across anything that's going to be getting, or how long it'll be before we get it to where we can see it in real time as they're creating it in real time?
I didn't do a lot of research around the detection methods. When I think about these topics, just like anything, or if I'm thinking of like AI and voice, right, which is
Right.
pretty huge, I always think about having a communication plan or having some type of plan. And almost like a phishing email, right?
Yep.
You get an email, you think that something's suspicious. Do you act on it right away? Is it trying to touch you in a certain way? The same thing with deepfake. If this isn't as far as technologies, I don't know, but as far as deepfakes are concerned, if you're seeing something but you're not seeing it in other reliable sources that are credible, then
Right.
that's obviously a huge red flag that that's probably deep fake. I would always proceed. Thank you, Carrie. Huge. Oh, and I wanted to say sorry, Kennedy. I've always wanted to say that. So sorry, Kennedy. Take your time. Just with anything, slow things down. Look to make sure that that it's on other news sources. The entertaining stuff is fun. It's fun to share. Fun for that to go viral. But as far as stuff that could do harm to someone, or even another country and organization, we really want to look at that, and just ensure that's correct.
Cool. Any questions from the folks that are in the audience? Because this is a great chance to be able to ask Chuck some good stuff about deepfakes and what you think about it. Because yeah, I know with what we've got coming up in our 1 year from now, literally to yesterday, 364 days to go with our elections. I am like a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs when it comes to the videos that may start surfacing out from nation states regarding our candidates next year, running for president, running for office, running for whatever. But our election season next year is going to be crazy. And you've kind of touched upon it already, but any other final tips or thoughts for folks with regards to that?
Um, it's tough, right? We all consume media more these days than we
Yeah.
do ever, right? Every time that we turn somewhere, we look at our phone and ad. It's all there. I would just say, use common sense in a lot of things. If something's striking you emotionally, or to the point where you feel extremely strong about it, right away, just step back and ask
Yep.
what's going on here.
Yep. Kind of my whole thing of trust and verify. You
Yes,
always
sir.
want to, we do want to believe it because it's out on the internet, and we have that desire to kind of believe what we see. Because for years, and you look at previous generations, they had the news, and everything that was told to them on the news had been triple checked and multiple sources. And nowadays there's more what's the word, fictionalism, or going for leading lines to get the story out there. But definitely, thank you again very much, Chuck. This was great having you on here. Fantastic topic. I know everyone seems to have enjoyed it as well, and a lot of folks are kind of coming back going, yeah, I forgot about deep fakes that could be used for elections. So I think if we can start waking folks up to that for next year, I think that's going to come a long way as well. So,
Yeah, and I'm so sorry, and I don't want to hold anyone up.
nope,
As
you're
far as
good.
deepfakes in the workplace, I would say, threat actors are smart. They know what we're doing, right?
Yep.
That they're
Yep.
gonna contact our organization, our business, and try to do something, and we're gonna say we needed you to be on Zoom, right? So then threat actors are gonna say, okay, well, if I need to be on Zoom, I need to obviously invest in AI deepfake and things like that to then pose as Chuck, so that they believe me, it's believable. So I would say, as we look at causing problems in the workplace, a lot of great solutions out there to even stop this stuff in the first place. But we need to re-educate our folks around awareness that not
Yep.
everything that you see is just truly what you see, and to have other verification methods. And for my family, I would tell them a code word and say, if I don't tell you that code word, then this isn't a real emergency situation, and you need to understand you're not talking to me. So that's what I would say. I do apologize for throwing that last thing in.
No, that is an awesome topic, a point that you made, Chuck, because that's what I've done with my girls. I've got two 20-something daughters out in the world, and I know that with regards to, you talk about the voice deep fakes that are going on, that's a multi-billion-dollar attack vector for cyber criminals that are out there making billions of dollars. So yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Have code words, definitely. Ask questions, ask weird questions, because a lot of the time they're prepped with responses on those deep fakes. And if you've got like a weird question that they're not expecting, if they've called up with a traffic accident or something, then you can kind of go, hey, remember last night when we were at Disney World, that ride? What was that ride we were on? Totally throw them for a loop. But yeah, no.
I tell people, did you talk to Uncle John? Yeah, I've spoken to him. I don't have an Uncle John, right?
Have an Uncle John.
Yeah, have something like that. Hey, thank you all. Thank you, James. It's truly a privilege to speak to you, and a privilege to be here today.
Great. Thanks, Chuck. Take care. Good seeing you. All righty. Cool. Well, we are about ready to move on to our next speaker. Real excited that we've got Peter Lay. Hopefully I'm saying his name properly. Peter, did I say it right?
It's Lee, but I've grown up with Lay, and I'm okay with that one. So.
The fun thing about last names, I mean, mine, McQuiggan, it gets butchered. So, but definitely glad to have you here, Peter, talking to us about career shifting. And I think that's going to go well in line with what we just heard from John trying to break into this industry. So if you want to go ahead.
I feel bad though, because he says, "Oh, there's no entry level," and I reference entry level in my talk here. But let me go ahead and share my screen.
Let you share your screen here, and then let you take it away.
All right. Oh.
It says I got to add them as a guest, so that should kick in here, and then you should be able to share. Hopefully that kicks in. Peter would like to share your screen. Add them as a guest, and I click on the link. The joys of technology. Hopefully it's adding you now.
Oh, all right, there we go. Cool. All right, I'm going to keep it on this one. Yeah, I'll keep it on this one so I can keep the chat up here. So just want to keep it open. If anybody wants to ask any questions as I'm going, feel free to type them in. I'll try to keep an eye over there. So hi, I am Peter, and I am newly swapped over to cybersecurity. So this is kind of talking about career shifting or just starting a career. A lot of us are older, but I don't want to leave out the college kids as we go through here. So my current role, I am located right now in San Antonio, Texas, and I'm working with the Air Force Cybersecurity University. And the big thing we're doing here is the ISO and ISM fundamentals course. So that is the information system security officers and managers. And I've been here since July, so I am still learning as I go here as well. Who is this talk directed at? Well, it's directed at you. So I'll be kind of talking about my experiences through here. I think I left it fairly open so that anybody can take some advice here and hopefully make a successful career shift. So a little bit about me. So as I said, I am a newly shifted cyber professional. I'm have a blended family. We got married 4 years ago, and next February we'll be celebrating our first anniversary. Feel free to do that math, and it works out. So I did 20 years in the Air Force. All 20 of those years were in an ISR, so intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance career field. However, in those last 5 years, I was also working as the training management side. So ensuring everybody's up to date with their with training and everything they need to do, which helped me get my current job doing training here. I have a bachelor's in cybersecurity from American Military University. I have my Security Plus. I have a couple other certifications in there as well. Received a job offer in June and had a really quick turnaround for a start. So actually right now I am actually living fairly remote from the family, but we do talk every day, and I'm going back to actually visit them later this evening out in Florida. So current job is dealing with ISOs and ISMs and instructing their way on the requirements through the RMF process. So the ISOs and ISMs are the keystone, making sure that the RMF process goes smoothly for information system set up throughout the Air Force or any systems there. And we just make sure we're talking through the RMF process step by step, what paperwork needs to get done, what security settings need to be in, who they need to contact if it's not on them, make sure everything is there. Again, we update all the training material. We're actually going through a rewrite right now. So currently the Air Force is on revision 4 RMF, and we are in the process of updating revision 5. So all our training is getting updated, and there's changes going on in there. And then we coordinate with all our different dispersed SCAs, the system control assessors, and all those. Air Force has many bases, and we're as we travel, we go and get our fingers, out to them and coordinate what requirements are needed, anything they need out there. And why are we not swapping slides? Okay, there we go. All right, so why did I change my career field? Well, again, as I said, I retired from the military. My career field in the military was fairly specialized. Doing intelligence is not. There are some in the civilian world. A lot of it has to deal directly with the government, though. Working in your 3-letter agencies, working for the DoD, things like that. My family situation has changed. Again, we're fairly new, blended family. I've always been a tech guy. I wanted to stay tech related, and I was going to school for cybersecurity. So, I was open for state if I had an offer in my previous career field, but I was looking towards the future, and that's kind of what we came on. So I do have experience shifting careers, fairly new. Again, that was in July of this year that I started a new position in a new career field. So these are kind of some of the steps of what I did to ensure that I had a successful transition. Went out, had a little self-assessment, did some research, planned the change, did some networking and learning, and went through a real reality check to make sure, hey, is this something that we can absolutely do? So self-assessment, this is asking yourself the important questions. Why do you want to change your career? Is it something that you can keep doing in a while? Some careers, let's look at construction. That's a lot of hard labor. Is your body going to be able to take it? So there's reasons. There may be physical limitations. There may be monetary reasons. No, there's no good reasons, no bad reasons for wanting to change your career. There's only the right reasons. So what other questions to ask are, what do I like about my current job, or what is missing from my current job? You want to have a fulfilling job, but do we really want, is it hitting everything, or is there anything that we need to do to make ourselves feel more fulfilled? We want to make sure that what we do is good, but we also have to remember, some people say, get a job that you love, you'll never work a day in your life. But on the flip side is getting a job that is something that you love. Is it going to ruin what you love? Do you, hey, I'm a video game guy. Do I really want to play video games all day and test them all day? Or is that going to drive me away from the hobbies that I really enjoy doing? So just make sure you're doing it for the right reasons, and you pick a career that you will enjoy. And then the biggest one, when is the right time to change careers? So you may have hard stops, in coming out of the military, you have contracts, your service contracts, and, maybe, hey, I'm at the end of my 6-year enlistment, or, hey, I've just retired and, there's no real way to continue on. Other times, it may be family issues. You have a change going on in the family. Is it really the best time to transfer? Hey, you have say having a new child. Do you really want to add the stress of a new job on top of your sleepless nights that are coming up for the next few months there? So just really assess: is it the right time, and is it the right course for you to change your career at this time? Next, you're going to want to research the jobs. What can you do? What do you need to do to be successful in the new career? So to begin with, start looking. Pull up your Indeed, pull up your LinkedIn job recommendations. Look at what is being listed as requirements for those jobs that are out there. When you go apply for the job, you may not have absolutely everything they're asking for, but as long as you're on the track and you're able to see what they want, you can aim your goals to fit those needs. Other things I did was I attended a conference before I came in. Got to see, hey, what does the industry look like? How do they treat their people? You get to see what sort of environment you're going to be going into. Familiar yourself with the needs of the new career field. Again, that feels with the looking at the job listings out there. Figure out what part of the community you see yourself in. Again, cybersecurity here. In general terms, we have red side, blue side, and then we have GRC. They're widely different beasts. Cybersecurity in and of itself is a huge career field with specializations inside. And then feel free to reach out to people in the career field. Remember, wherever you're working, there's going to be people who work in your business in that career field already. So me in the military, there's plenty of cybersecurity people in the military. I was able to just reach out and talk to them. Other places you can look is different Discords, found by different YouTube channels, things like that. You can start collaborating on there. Some Discords I used were like Cyber Insecurity and InfoSec Live, things like that. And then another thing to do is, what sort of compensation can you expect? Money isn't everything, but being sure that you're able to live with whatever you're going to have in the new career field is important. With the realization that, hey, you're not going to come in, probably making the top dollar, but you just want to make sure that, hey, is it financially worth the change over? Next you want to do is to plan what you need to be successful. So it's always best to write down, hey, these are what I do. Again, we're taking things from our research. So we're going to write down, hey, everybody's looking for Security Plus. I want to start training myself up in Security Plus. Or, hey, they're wanting somebody who knows some basic penetration testing. So you might go to the Cyber Mentor, TCM, and take some of their courses. Get yourself a timeline. Write down, hey, I want to be in I want to take my Security Plus. I want to get it done in 3 months. So what do I need to do to get myself there? In the timeline also, hey, I want to have 5 applications in every week. In that timeline, you're just putting out there, hey, these are what I want, what I need to make myself successful. And again, how will you gain experience? So these are going to be your trainings. I took all 3 of John Strand's courses, and they were immensely helpful. Got me hands-on experience doing some cybersecurity when I was not, a cybersecurity guy. And this is the most important step here, is to network and learn. Again, there are plenty of cyber events going around. 2 of the biggest things I did was I attended HackSpaceCon in Florida. That was last March. And then on Meetup, there were 3 or 4 cyber community meetups with trainings in my area. It wasn't necessarily a, hey, we're going to go and talk lunch, but it was, one of them was, hey, we're going to a local craft brewery place, socialize, get to know the people. So it's not always just talk. So biggest thing is grow your network. And then do a reality check. You'll always get curveballs. Expect to start at entry level or as a lower level, I'll say. After John's strength speak this morning, make sure your plans are realistic and focus on you. It may not be the correct time to pull the trigger to change, but you can always prepare. So you want to make sure you're ready to go when it's time to go. So again, my experience, did some watching cyber classes. Was quickly tagged in the Daily Cyber Challenge here on Simply Cyber. Attended conferences. I went through my resume after every conference, after every training I did. Kept my resume updated. Applied to lots of positions. Got a lot of denials. Got even more ghosted. I received a verbal offer actually close to my old career field, but received a written offer within cyber, and the wife pushed me to take the leap into the unknown here. So we did that, and that's why I am living in Texas while they're in Florida and getting the house ready to sell. So that is my advice for career shifting. If anybody has any questions, you can go ahead and add them over here, and I'll try to answer them. As I said, I might have answers.
No, we appreciate it. Good information all around that you shared with us, Peter. Yeah, one of the things that and I know Jerry and I stressed this when we were at Wild West Hackin' Fest, we did our presentation. It was, all about getting out there and networking, and, meeting other folks and connecting. I know for me, my last 3 jobs or careers, whatever you want to call it, have been through networking. I got those positions because I knew people that I had met people, and I'm where I am today because of networking and meeting people and getting out there. And I know a lot of people are kind of a little nervous about doing all that. So we got some great comments coming in, folks, thanking you for a great talk. It looks like somebody was curious about times, but it's actually tips. They came back afterward, for an interview. So, but yeah, if you can give us 30 seconds, you got any quick tips for interviews?
The best thing, research the company ahead of time.
There you go.
Be yourself, but be knowledgeable as well. Don't come across as a robot.
Yep.
To get interviews, if you can figure that out, tell me. As I said, I had plenty of them where I was just ghosted without even a denial email. So,
yeah, no, I know that getting the interview is always the tricky part, and of course, we heard it before. Yeah, networking is key. Great, thanks coming from Charisse there. So, again, thank you very much, Peter. Appreciate your time and your words of wisdom for everybody here today. I know everybody appreciated it. They got a lot of good info out of it, and good luck with selling the house over in Florida as you get ready to move over to Texas.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, Jerry, and thank you, the Simply Cyber team.
Definitely. All righty. So we've got our next speaker lined up in in our green room here. So we got a couple minutes. I just want to remind some housekeeping for folks. If you've got questions, drop them into the chat as we go along. I'm going to be monitoring the chat, and we'll be able to ask those questions of our speaker afterward, and we can go through them, or you can just wait to the end and, drop in the questions there. Hopefully you're out on the Discord channel as well. We've got our Discord channel. I believe the link is in the show notes below that you can go. If you're not part of the Discord, definitely go through and join us through there. So, all right. So I'm very excited for our next guest that we have and it's a topic that not a lot of people really think about when it comes to cyber. And John was hitting on that in regards to during his keynote when he was talking about, this is not easy. People get burned out and everything else. And I really think our next guest is going to kind of bring that to the forefront. So I'm real excited to have, and hopefully I'm going to say your name correctly, because I'm somebody that's always particular as well, but I believe we've never met before. So I'm excited to welcome Akil Yassin.
You got it.
All right. Whew, dodged a bullet on that one.
I hear you.
But excited to have you here. And you're going to talk with us about mindfulness, meditation, and cybersecurity. It kind of reminds me of that Sesame Street song. One of these things just doesn't belong. So, but we do have that issue of mindfulness, meditation, and cybersecurity coming together to make sure that it's, helps us as better professionals. And so this is going to be really good to hear from you and as you share your information. So I'll let you go ahead and share your screen there, Akil, and it'll pop up here on the side. Hopefully, if things have been done right, it will, your screen should pop up here. Let's see, I can add you as a guest. Hopefully there we go. And there's your screen, and I'm going to drop off and I'm going to let you take it away, sir.
Great. So thank you everyone for making time this afternoon. As it was said, this is an odd talk. So, I'm happy to be awkward and odd and feeling a little nervous. So my name's Akil. This is a talk on mindfulness, meditation, and cybersecurity. Who am I? I am a citizen of the cosmos. I'm also, like you, embodied in human form. I have roles that I play, like I'm a dad, I'm a partner, I'm a pen tester, and I am I transitioned out of teaching yoga for over a decade, full-time, basically living like a monk. So I have thousands of hours of teaching experience to all age groups. So I hope to share some valuable things with you all today. So first question, why are we here? And I recognize that's a huge question and we don't have that much time to talk about it, but what we can talk about is mindfulness. What is it? How this impacts our relationships within work and beyond. So stress management and communication. And then the last part of this will be an actual practice of meditation, because you need to do it in order to understand what it is. So I recognize that the struggle is real, and we all know that life professionally and personally is very stressful and usually simultaneously. So this is just a reminder that we have options, but in order to utilize them, we need to become aware of them. So as was said, burnout is a real thing. And, I'm relatively new to this field, but I'm not relatively new to being burnt out. And there's a lot of things that stretch us very thin and make it very difficult to focus on the things we want to. Like I said, being a person is hard, and each person's situation and life is unique. But the ultimate goal in practicing whatever form of mindfulness or meditation you're practicing is to cultivate compassion so that your life, or life for everyone, is more wonderful. And it all starts with you and your life. And we tend to think about how I'm just one person, what can I do? And this is the answer. So what is mindfulness? And in the context of cybersecurity, we always hear about situational awareness, and that's essentially what mindfulness is. It's paying attention to our attention. And when you start asking those questions, then you can start to look at, well, how does that apply to our life? And cultivating awareness, like anything in the context of our work, is a skill, and it takes just as much time to cultivate and learn the skill of mindfulness as it does to read logs or understand the output of an Nmap scan or look at vulnerabilities and say, what am I going to do with that? So really just you're learning to pay attention to your attention. And there's been thousands of years of history where people have shared their methods of doing that. So luckily we don't have to learn it all ourselves. So why should we do this? And you will, through the practice of cultivating attention and awareness, you will learn and understand how you react and respond to stressful situations. And I have this sort of meme here that says, knowing is half the battle. I remember growing up and seeing this in G.I. Joe, and I realized in my 20s, well, the other half of the battle is dealing with it. And that's not something we're really educated around. So, especially in getting into the professional sphere, there's not a lot of guidance. We don't necessarily have people who we can look to in leadership positions that are sharing what they're doing. And so this is an opportunity to really cultivate a practice for yourself and to learn from other ways of looking at the world. So as I said, compassion is really the goal. And what that really means is you recognize that there's a larger context to life of which everybody only has a limited capacity to see. And when we remember that larger context, we can put our life and the situation we're in into perspective. And that truly helps us to manage our feelings, our responses, how we say the things we say, and to understand the value of what relationships we do have, whether it's professionally or personally. So being able to cultivate mindfulness and understand how compassion plays an important role helps you in communicating. And that's really another whole set of skills. So I'll share some resources at the end. If you're curious, please ask me. I'm happy to share the things I've learned. So as I said, compassion is recognizing that we're all participating in a process that's larger than ourselves. And when we recognize that, it reminds us that we're all on even footing with each other. So when you understand your own patterns and your choices, and you have this emotional self-awareness, you can understand how to regulate your nervous system and regulate the ways that you're showing up to help have the impacts that you want. And, a very simple question to ask, because we all have biases about all the information we're looking at. If you're looking at logs and you're keen to looking to see, oh, is this an attack or is this suspicious behavior? That's the way you're going to show up. And that's a bias that you have. And so someone else who doesn't have that may see something that you don't see. And the point is, you have to ask yourself in situations when you're thinking something, is this real? Is this true? And what's another way to look at that? So learning to slow down and to ask those questions is a skill set. And for communication, learning to listen is very critical. Most of the time, we're waiting to respond. We're not necessarily listening to the content of what another person is saying. It's very difficult in our field. We're getting a lot of emails. We read things, we have an emotional reaction. We don't see the tone of what's being said to us all the time. So being able to understand these things is really critical, because when you get into a conflict, you know how to show up in it, because conflict is part of life. It's not something that we need to be afraid of or to push away. When we know that conflict can be healthy and we know how to approach conflict, then we have choices. And that's countercultural. So the purpose of conflict is to lead to resolution. So I've said a bunch of things, and I will make time at the end to have you ask questions. What I want to do right now is give you the opportunity to experience mindfulness. So I made this PowerPoint presentation with this sort of template, and in it was this Walt Disney quote, have feelings about Walt Disney or whatever. The way to get started is to quit talking and to begin doing. And then, obviously here's the Buddha sitting here, and it says meditation, because we could all use a little shut up and sit down. So let's get started. And what I'll invite you to do is be in a position in your body in a way that's comfortable and sustainable for you. Often when we think of meditation, you think of someone sitting perfectly rigid in a very upright position, but you can lie down. So if you want to lie down, this is my invitation to you to go ahead and lie down. So just take a moment to be in the space of your body. You can close your eyes, you can keep your eyes open. And begin to notice the space of your body. What does it feel like to be in your body right now? Or just notice your breath. It's a thing that we don't tend to do frequently, but just bring your attention to that. Your attention is like a flashlight. You can point it at things and be discerning about what you're pointing it at. So using your attention and turning it towards the body, the breath, or even your mind. And noticing what's happening. And when I use this word notice, it does not imply a judgment. You can think of noticing as observing something, like observing the wind moving through leaves on a tree. So observe, notice. And when you do these practices, it's helpful sometimes to have what we call an anchor. You can keep your attention either on your body, on your breath, or just noticing your thoughts. And as you notice, observe whether or not you feel the impulse to try to change what's happening. And give yourself permission. If you're uncomfortable, change. And as you notice the breath, the body, or the mind, you can notice where it feels uncomfortable, or you can notice where you feel steady and easy. And I will invite you to notice that it's possible to experience both at the same time. So now we'll purposely take our attention to our breath. And I want you to notice your breath going in, and then notice your breath coming out. And when you notice this, try to remember that your breath is happening. You are not making your breath happen, your breath is just happening. And then you can shift your attention to your body. And instead of thinking about your body, just feel it. Is it warm? Is it cold? Does it feel tight or loose? Maybe you're just noticing that you have one because you do have a body. And then lastly, we'll shift our attention to our mind. And again, you have a mind, and there are things going on there. And just observe. How are your thoughts moving? Are they moving quickly? Are they revolving around something in particular? Do you have thoughts about your thoughts? Because that's normal. And then in these last few moments, I will invite you to take a deep breath in and a deep breath out. And then once more, breathe in deeply. And breathe out. and then return to the space of your body and your room, and maybe open your eyes and feel how you're feeling, because now you just did a meditation. So here on the screen, you might see that I have some resources. These are a couple of books that I recommend. If you've never done anything like that before and you're curious, these 3 books will help you to learn a little bit more about what's going on inside of you. Shambhala Sacred Path of the Warrior is written, it's actually talks given by a Tibetan Lama who founded the Shambhala Center. Very interesting figure. Beautiful book. Happy to talk to you about it. Nonviolent Communication is a wonderful resource to understand how to have conflict. And The Language of Emotions really helps you to understand what are your emotions and how are you feeling them? What can you do? So with that, I will just invite you to make a community or find one, talk to people in your life about what you're learning, and stay weird. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
I was going to come back on and kind of pretend that I was asleep or not sleeping, meditating, because that was very relaxing. I actually, one of my colleagues through Noblefork does this very similar talk in the sense of meditation and mindfulness. And holy cow, let's get there.
Sorry about that.
Nope, that's fine. That's fine. Not a problem there. And it does. I mean, in her presentation, she's done the same thing that you did here, and it kind of centers you, kind of grounds you, gets you back in touch with who you are, and just, yeah. I mean, and you can pretty well almost do it anywhere. I would probably avoid concerts or a lot of public places to try and to do that. I did drop the link for the first book that you had in there. I was trying to look it up real quick, but I didn't get the other 2. But I know we'll have either your presentation or we'll have the links.
I can share those too.
Drop them into the chat, or drop them into Discord, because that's where everybody's chatting. You can put them in the general there for folks to be able to do that. So again, thank you. Any questions, folks, for Akil? While we got him here, we got a minute or 2 here that we could. I felt that like my talk was, this was good. We just had Peter on, and his comment here was like, I felt like my talk was 200 speed. You calmed me back down. Yes, exactly. But yeah, definitely appreciate that. Lots of love coming in for you here. Folks really appreciated all the good information that you had. We had Space Tacos come in and kind of let us know that, darn, he missed it. So he'll be catching this on Team Replay. So yes, you can go back and be able to watch it. So if you want to listen to Akil's guidance as you go through that meditation again, definitely put this back on Team Replay, and you'll be able to get that enjoyment.
And I'll just add that, first of all, you can do this any old time, like doing the dishes. Just pay attention to you doing the dishes. And then secondly, if you're curious, I have a whole library of recordings of meditations, yoga classes, relaxations for free on my website. Just go to akilyasin.com.
Oh, okay.
It's all free. You could, there's hours and hours. So if you ever have any questions, just ask me.
Fantastic. Righty. Cool. We did have one question that popped in real quick. I just want to kind of see, how do you visualize your meditation?
You can, or you don't have to. If you are not a visual person like I'm not, you don't have to visualize anything. You could just sit there quietly, or you can, like imagine you're in a beautiful place, or imagine a place that's very comforting for you and just go there. But really, there's so many different ways to do this stuff. I invite you to try a bunch of different things and see what works for you, because some things works, some things don't, and then they work for a time and then they don't work for a time.
All righty. Well, great. Thank you very much again, Akil. Enjoy the rest of the Simply CyberCon as an audience member going forward, whether you're here on track 2 or over on track 1. So have yourself a great day. And again, thank you very much for the great information. We'll see you later. All righty. So we've got our next guest already lined up, and we're going to go ahead and bring him up on stage. I'm real excited to have Adrian D'Souza Did I say that right? I think I got that
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
All right, cool, good. You know, I've already missed one today. I'm going to make sure I don't miss it again. But real excited that you're joining with us, and you've got a great topic, one that we all kind of deal with as security practitioners overall. You know, third-party assessments for the supply chain security. And I know supply chain security is a big issue. We've been seeing a lot of attacks, especially over the last couple of years. You know, going back to SolarWinds, and then now we've had the MOVEit. You know, and you know, for a lot of people, one of my favorite sayings, hopefully I don't steal any thunder, but one of my favorite sayings when it comes to supply chain security is your security program is only as strong as your weakest vendor's security program. And
Absolutely.
yeah, and so, you know, and you could do everything right within your organization and have the best security program, but if you've got one vendor, you know, that's your whole house of cards coming out from underneath you and dropping down in there. So we are at time here. So go ahead and share your desktop for us, and I'll go ahead and get that into here. And there we go. And I will let you take it away, Adrian.
Thanks a lot. And I'm going to start with a quick brief on what I'm going to speak about in the whole session. I will start with facts and assumptions, what third-party risk management is, but I would be focusing on third-party risk assessments because that's where all my experience has been. I would cover a small case study, finally come to about me, and then open it up for questions. Third-party risk is something that's really big right now because a lot of people are focusing on the market of third-party. And third-party vendors are the way to go forward because you have a lot of expertise that is available there. There's a lot of key talent that you won't necessarily have in-house. And just by the numbers, if you can see here on my screen, it is about how large that market of hiring third parties is. So it's only going to increase as we move forward with AI coming in and a lot of key equipment also becoming third-party based. There's going to be a lot of involvement there where companies are going to get leaner and getting in more third-party talent to help increase productivity. In the past decade, you will also see that software supply chains have become a big target for attackers. And I'm not going to focus on what has recently happened. I'm going to talk about the fact that it is been always there, where you had NotPetya, you had CC Cleaner, and always you'll find that these supply chain attacks represent a fundamentally different type of threat. They will become key, and because you don't really have insight into your supply chain when you're facing the customers that you're providing services to. So just a quick rundown on what a typical supply chain is. I chose coffee, and you will see that at each stage from the farmer right up to you, you have so many people involved, and not all of these will be in-house where you can focus on them. You will look at outsourcing so much of each component, which brings the coffee from the plant to your cup. Now, the fun fact is in software development and with cloud becoming almost very, very second nature to all the applications that are out there or all the services that are out there, you don't know what the supply chain is as a user. You don't know what the supply chain is as a project manager, and you definitely don't know what the supply chain is when you're even the executive decision maker. And when I'm saying you don't know, it doesn't mean that you don't have absolute clarity. You'll have some clarity, but it won't give you the absolute insight where things can go wrong. And you'll find that there are gaps in your contract. There'll be gaps in the people, processes, and technology. And I found this very, very interesting graphic from McKinsey and Co., where the report talked about the criticality of the business and how outsourcing would be carried out when you would consider energy and material companies as an example. And you would find that back office functions such as payroll and maybe even recruitment for that matter would go and get outsourced and be given to a third party. Now, what could become a potential outsource could be those services that are not critical, that are not probably decision impacting, but could deal with better talent. And you would find that transparency, proprietary data restrictions, and the scope and scale, all of these become interlinked to just how much that risk can increase. So we spoke about what the market is right now for third-party risk, a correction for third parties to help increase your organization's productivity and the potential risks that are there all across. So now, to combat that, we have also seen that, I'm referring to a Gartner graphic here, that a lot of organizations are also using various tools, various mechanisms, and various methodologies to combat this. And the most popular one is audits, where even I got my exposure in GRC. And all these assessments would be based on questionnaires being sent to these third-party vendors, and they would come back with answers, and you would scrutinize and so on and so forth. But GRC tools are a little less common. And when you see more enterprise-level tools, hardly SMBs would be using anything like that. They would rely on one, probably IT admin, to carry out the supply chain risk, which is not really feasible or functional. Moving on to a case study, based on my years of experience in information security, and I will talk a little more about that when I'm talking about me, but I found that 55% of the third-party organizations were SMB. Now, this were recruitment, this were people who were handling basic documentation, providing you, administrative staff, even helping with smaller parts of marketing and customer surveys to help your research and marketing portfolio. Now, only 10%, which were larger technical service providers or product providers, were in possession of a mature TPRM process, and 30% had no form of TPRM at all. So that means that when we went into these assessments, we found gaps in data disposal procedures, governance procedures, people processes, and technology control, and software development as a life cycle as well. Now here, I wanted to give you an example of how we found a certain organization. I cannot name them, of course, but they had a subsidiary or sister party that was involved in their data disposal procedure. And we were able to find that out only because signatures matched, but the stamp that was under the signature did not. And when we questioned further as to why is this and who is this person, they said it's a sister organization and things are just fine between us and all is well. But that's not what their customer knew, whom I was carrying out the assessment for. And it was scary because the certificate was being provided, but the data disposal at the granular level was being carried out only by the IT admin. Wherever that data had then been transferred or been shared, say, for example, the account manager, the delivery manager, customer, all of these people, whether it was being deleted or not deleted, nobody really knew. And there was no notification process. And there was also, like when we interviewed the stakeholders, they said that we would do shift delete after the task was complete. But clearly that's not great. Even in software development, we found a lot of organizations using custom CRM tools to handle their day-to-day operations. But these CRM tools were in legacy software, JavaScript that was X 2008 or 2007. And there was no agreement or process in place which would help identify security issues here and then address them as well. And they were just on the basis of that one IT admin, and like I stated on the left, 55% were SMBs. So you can imagine the potential compliance risk that it created for the customer that was using these services. Now, while we talk about third-party risk, we also look at recommendations that can be given and that can be implemented for small to medium businesses, and then as you go up. The topmost, and we found this also a major issue with a lot of organizations that I was assessing, is that they wouldn't inventory their critical assets. Even what their critical assets were not really something they had great insight into. They didn't have an audit charter for internal maintenance and internal addressing of third-party risk or even internal risk. Identifying potential threats, vulnerabilities, and impact. This is pretty much the standard methodology, but understanding business impact is far more greater importance than understanding impact for that particular department. And because greater priority departments having greater impact would not always be understood. Governance, we found one organization, and I found it really funny because it was a big learning experience for me, but it was also scary on the side, that somebody had an ISO 27001 certification, but when we looked at their documentation, it looked like it was copy pasted from somewhere. It did not align to what the information security policy was. It did not align to what they were actually doing on ground. And there was no significant monitoring process. It was just a signature by the senior most member of the organization. Very, very, very key mistakes happening there. And the need to review, reassess, and improve is so critical. It is not funny at all, because we found risk registers where and these were notebooks that were maintained where the same risk was written year on year, which meant that there was no real reviewing and reassessing that was happening. Now, in times like this, approaching an expert really helps. But who is that expert? Like, is it somebody you hire? Is it a managed cyber risk services? Is it a large department? It all comes down to funding. But what I found really interesting is that go to like security scorecard, they have some limited options which you can start with to improve your security posture and then move forward. OneTrust and shared assessments have a great tool that is freely available called vendor risk management, vendor risk maturity model. And it's basically an Excel sheet where you can assess yourself at where you stand and then how do you chart your way forward. Now, for me, when I talk about third-party risk, I like to say that the best way to go forward is identify, evaluate, implement, monitor, and improve. And this is pretty much what a lot of frameworks keep talking about. It just is about which framework you choose. NIST is good. ISO 27001 is very, very well known. But it comes down to these key 5 points. A little about me. I have started my whole information security journey in software development. And I moved on to networking and telecommunications in the Indian military, and moved on finally into the corporate world into information security assessments. And I really find GRC very, very interesting. It is difficult, it is constantly learning, and it is just brilliant. And I really love this opportunity where I could speak. And I am also very, very willing to share my experience with anyone who cares to have a listen. So you can reach out to me whenever you want. Some references, these are very, very good reads, wherein I use this to supplement what I experienced through work and through my background as well. Some acknowledgements, because these people were key to me getting here to be able to convey all this information to you. And like I said, it's a constant learning process. And that's it from me. I hope I've been keeping time. Any questions, I would be more than happy to answer.
That's awesome. Great. Thank you very much, Adrian. Good information. I mean, yeah, this is a tough issue that we all have to deal with. We had a great comment that came in from Rob. The new SEC rules that is changing the game a lot as well. Your third party gets hacked and the data you're responsible for is impacted, then it's your problem now, not just the third party. So definitely good point there. Overall, we had Alana also share with us there can be conflicts between legal and contracts are okay with what, versus what the cyber team wants and that third party to comply with. So there's a lot of different elements that come into play. John Strand said it right. Cyber's hard, and what we're doing is not easy. So, but yeah, if you got questions, you want to drop them in there for Adrian. We got some nice thank yous coming in as well. So the folks that are here, make sure that you are smashing that like button that you've got there for the YouTube channel for this feed. That way, and you've heard Jerry talk about it many times before. It shows that you appreciate the feed, but also it goes into the famous, black hole YouTube algorithm of whatever it's going through to generate. We can generate those likes and we get those people in here overall. So again, great. Thank you very much. Overall, Adrian, and and of course we've got the GRC love there too as well coming in from Space Talkers. We do love our GRC folks. We can't do our cyber program without the GRC folks overall. We had a quick comment come in here. Tips for those wanting to start in GRC. Any thoughts?
Yeah, sure. So there are a lot of resources, but I feel to begin with, what you need is to align to a framework that applies to your geography. The issue with cybersecurity is there is so much of information coming to you. You do not know whether all of it will really apply to the career path that you want to choose.
Right.
So you need to just see from a platform like LinkedIn, what is the framework that really applies to you? Like if you are towards the US, it would be NIST without batting an eyelid. If you are in the Europe continent, it would be NIST2 that is really catching a lot of traction, and which is also to add on to you following what the SEC is doing. Everybody's about notifying within 24 hours and giving crazy timelines. But if you had a clean methodology aligned to a framework, you'll be just fine there, and there'll be no problem. Somebody from SANS also commented saying that you should know your turkey timer. If you don't have your recipe in place, you're not really cooking turkey, you're cooking something else. So I would say align to a framework, you'll find all the information there.
Cool.
And Simply Cyber is a great community for that.
Oh, definitely. Yep. No argument there. And so understanding your framework, thought I'd share this with you. You may have seen this as well, Adrian, but thank you so much, Adrian. Wanted to share, make sure I got over here to track too. So thank you very much, Chris, overall. So
thanks.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Great information. Real appreciative that we had you on here today. And I'll send you back on over to the audience side, and certainly hopefully you get to catch the rest of the presentations today. Fantastic. Well, next up that we've got, I am real excited to have this person coming on, part of our own member of the Simply Cyber community, Mr. Aaron Strong joining us. Real excited that he's going to be presenting here. Hang on a second. I need to get rid of that message. There we go. So cool. Welcome to the conference. Hey, Aaron, how you doing?
I'm doing well. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm bummed I didn't get to see the last talk, the individual myself. I'll have to go back and rewatch that later. But
definitely,
but yeah, man, it's been a phenomenal day so far. The different talks in track 1, track 2. It's been a lot of fun and really cool to be a part of. So I'm really excited to be here.
Very much so. And I remember when the request, the call for papers came out, and the deadline came and went, and I was like, oh, darn, I missed out. Well, I'll support Jerry any way I know how. And he comes and goes, hey, you want to moderate track 2? And I'm like, would I? So
do it,
yeah,
man.
no, this is a great community and great to have you here with all of us. So you're going to be talking about breaking into breaking out. What kind of give us a little teaser? What are we going to be hearing about?
Yeah, well, kind of like another talk from earlier this morning. It's more about breaking into cybersecurity. I just made that transition myself into a true cyber role not too long ago, and it was a lengthy process, to say the least. So this is just kind of going over what my journey looked like, and to kind of give an idea of what it can take, and some mindset tips and things to kind of keep you grounded, so that you don't go too crazy whilst trying to move from wherever it is you are, college, another profession, into cyber. So breaking into, then breaking out into your role.
Sounds good. Well, we got a hello coming at you here from Hemo Glackbin. So he's excited to see you here. So I know we've got folks that are here to see your presentation. So go ahead and share your desktop here, and we'll go ahead and get that shared up on the screen here. And there we go. Oh, I like the background already. Good one there, breaking in and breaking out. Good TV show, Breaking Bad. So I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to you and let you take it away, Aaron.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, James, and thank everybody for being here as well. Like I mentioned, this talk is kind of my journey coming into the cybersecurity field, because like so many of you, I'm just getting started in this. And for those of you that are newer or are coming into, just some ideas of what to expect and how to maneuver and move forward through this new career that you're hoping to take into. Now, we all love a good, and our life is no different. You know, we want to look something like this, right? Where you start here, you end here, and during your life, you're somewhere on that continuum, right? But for those of you with as much gray hair as myself or Jerry has, you know that that's not exactly how things generally go. There's an actual life path, and that looks a little bit something more like this, right? A plate of spaghetti, where you start here, you end up over here, and you're stuck somewhere in the middle, and it's not quite as clear where you are on that continuum, right? There's a lot more twists, turns, forks in the road that you can take. And the journey into cybersecurity is really no different. And so I would like to welcome you to what was my journey into cybersecurity, and give you a little bit of insight into that. Now, don't worry about reading all of this information here. This is just here to kind of show you, these were all the different steps I remember taking to get from where I was to where I wanted to be in cybersecurity. So for you, it's just to kind of show you that, yeah, it takes a lot of different steps. And for me, it's to reignite that PTSD of all the work that had to go into all of this. So don't worry about it. We'll go through, we're not going to hit every single bullet point, but we'll go through and hit the main ones. So when I first started out, I graduated from college with a degree in audio production, and I started out running a recording studio. I figured I was going to be the next Rick Rubin, right? The guy that founded Def Jam Records and revolutionized the music industry. And that was my goal. That's what I thought I was going to end up doing. But I was working in Detroit at the time, and Detroit soon thereafter got hit pretty hard with that economic downturn in the early 2000s, and I ended up losing my job. And what does every college student do when they lose their first job? They shotgun their resume out to as many different places as they possibly could. And I was no different. And the first job that came back was a job working on cruise ships. And so I ran away and joined ships. Now, I would love to say that this was what I was doing on the ships, captaining a giant, beautiful vessel through the pristine waters of the Caribbean. But in all actuality, the only reason I was able to take this picture is because we were in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. There was nothing close to us for probably several hundred nautical miles in any direction, so I wouldn't be able to hit something. And furthermore, I was told that that little joystick was to be touched for absolutely no reason. Otherwise, the gentleman in the white shirt behind me would probably tackle me and throw me into the brig. So I wasn't doing that. However, I was working more like this, and James will understand. I was working in the theater. I was doing the AV and IT work in the theater, and that's where I first started getting my hands on networking of devices and things like that. So I ran our theaters, our bars, and our venues, and ran the shows. And on occasion, when someone got hurt, I usually was able to be coerced or convinced to end up in the shows. And that's me in a taxi, singing my way across the stage because I somehow got convinced that this was a good idea. While I was on board, I met my wife there, and we continued working on ships for quite a while. And we ended up seeing the world. We met some amazing people. We got to experience some incredible cultures. And I really was able to learn how to interact with people while doing that, because you meet people from everywhere. And you learn that your way of thinking is much different than other areas of the world, and it changes the way that you think. So that was pretty cool. Eventually, we decided we wanted to retire from ships and get started on land and have a family. And so leaving the ships, I thought I was leaving the production world behind, and I went after another area that I was very interested in, and that was the idea of helping secure people, helping people feel more safe, and the protection of that. And I joined the NYPD. This is probably the only photo that we have left of me joining the academy. And in that bag right there, for the cyber folks, you think you have a lot of documentation. This was our field guide. Every decision that we had to make happened right in there. Soon after, we had our first kid, and I decided that working here was not where I wanted to be with our first child on the way. And we decided to make a change. And so just like before, I started throwing my resume out as many places as I could. And I got a job working for the University of South Florida, technology in their student center. So again, going back into that AV IT field. And one of the benefits of that was working at a university, you're able to get highly subsidized education. And so I wanted to go back and get my master's. And I looked at a couple ideas. Cybersecurity was one and MBA was another, but cybersecurity really was something that I liked, the idea of merging my love of technology as well as wanting to secure things and make things safer for people. And about that time, we found out that we were pregnant again. So you got a baby on the way, why not start grad school at the same time? So jumped into grad school and started studying all night long during the day. I wasn't going to be sleeping anyway. The baby was needing to be fed and things like that. So we were able to make that work. And several years later, the end of my program, I had to take and pass my Sec Plus. And so shout out to Professor Messer and a lot of the other people out on on YouTube that helped me learn everything that I needed to get that. And ended up with my degree. There it is. My son graduated as well that same year, and I graduated with my master's. So that was great. But at this point, hey, everything is going to be easy from here. There's a giant skills gap, and I'm going to grab a job in no time. And so just like before, I threw my resume out everywhere I could. Anything that had the word cybersecurity, information security, I applied for. And I have a document that shows all the jobs that I applied for until I got so long that I stopped tracking it, because a year later, I was in the same spot as I was when I first graduated with my degree. And it was really discouraging. I'll be honest. It was pretty discouraging. And I stopped looking for positions at that point. I realized that I needed something different. I needed to reevaluate, and I needed to think about what it was that I really wanted. And so I went online and tried to find resources. And stumbled across an individual. Some of you know who this individual is, some of you don't. But he has a very different approach to cybersecurity and personal interactions than Jerry and the Simply Cyber community. But I ran into an individual named Dr. Diston. He's very, very blunt and very upfront about his opinions. And he told me in no uncertain terms that I was basically an idiot for doing things the way that I was because I was going about it completely wrong. And that what I was going for were these SOC analyst positions, but I didn't have the technical background to really be able to do those things. And so he told me I needed to reevaluate my approach and look at what I was good at. So I sat back, all the other things. Yes, I'm not, I don't have the technical abilities that some other people do, but what I do have are really good people skills, from working and dealing with people from all over the world while on cruise ships and working through my time in the academy at the NYPD. I realized I had people skills. And again, if you're from my generation, you know where the next meme is going is this. I've got people skills. I'm good at dealing with people. Why can't you understand that? Office Space is probably one of my favorite movies. And that scene is probably one of my favorites as well. And it's true. I had good people where my technical skills may not have been as strong. This is where I could stand out. And so I found that with GRC, dealing with vendors and dealing with both internal and external employees, I could leverage that and really make that an advantage for myself. So I started reapplying and finally landed a job at Cineverse, where I am now as a information security risk analyst. And again, love to say that it was easy after that, but it really wasn't. Even after landing the job, the imposter syndrome set in, and it set in heavy. I kept thinking, my gosh, it took me this long to find my job. What if I don't do it right? What if I don't do it well? They're going to figure out I don't know what I'm talking about. And then, my gosh, how much longer is it going to take for me to find the next position? And so I really tried to find, again, community out online or in the area where I'm at. And I found an individual online named Simon, and he has a podcast named InfoSec Live. And within a few days of when I first found him, he had Alana coming on, and they were going to be talking about the GRC experience. And I thought this was perfect because I just started with GRC, and they're going to be able to tell me everything I need to know. And I did. I joined, and they gave me some phenomenal answers and resources. Some of those resources where they hooked me up with the Policy Wizard so I could learn how to write policies better. They told me about this world of Haiku, where I could go and learn a little bit more on the technical side of things so I could work on my CLI, my Linux skills. But the most important thing that they did is they pointed me over to this GRC masterclass by a guy named Gerald Auger. And looking into that, taking the class, really enjoying it, but then found out that he also has a podcast, and it runs every single day. And it is called, it's the Simply Cyber Daily Cyber Threat Brief. And that's why we're all here at this point. Since that time, I have tried to join every single day for some, if not all, of the broadcast. And I have learned so much because of it, and was able to feel more like I had something to offer, and I could go ahead and see what it is that I'm doing. And I got involved. The next step was to definitely get involved. I took on the Simply Cyber Community Challenge and wrote my experience, which is kind of what we're talking about today, as well as that then let me meet a lot of you and be able to come across a lot of the different people that I've been able to meet and learn from, which also gave me the audacity to think that maybe I had something to share and people would listen to things that I had to say. So I applied for the Simply CyberCon speaker position, and now I actually have a couple more speaking engagements coming up later this year and the very beginning of next year as well. And I'm super psyched to do those. But listen, even with all of that, it's still going to be difficult. It's not going to be easy. As John Strand was talking at the very, very outset on the keynote, there's a lot to learn, and you're constantly going to need to be learning. So it's going to be difficult. So one big thing to do is get involved elsewhere, get involved outside of the cybersecurity world, just to kind of disengage and clear your mind. Some people act, some people paint and do art and play music. I really enjoy running into people and knocking them over while on ice. So I play in the beer leagues here. This is my team, the Old Pucks Hockey Club. And this is right after we won our division. We've got a tiny Stanley Cup there. And this is me here in the middle. That's how I kind of disengage and clear my head and give myself the ability to kind of clear my thoughts and reset from the day. So the things that I want to leave you with at the end of this talk here is understanding that as you start out, it's not going to be easy. It's probably not going to be quick. If it is, that's phenomenal. But you're going to question yourself, and that's okay. But get involved, reach out to people. There's people out there for you to learn from and different things like that. But just as importantly is what not to do. And this is a phrase that I was told. I wish I could take credit for it. I can't. But it's that life is not a race. It's the challenge to be better than you were yesterday. So yes, my journey is different from James's journey. It's just different from Jerry's journey, different from anyone else's journey. And to measure myself against them is unfair. We're all running different races. The only thing I can do is be better than I was yesterday and try to be better tomorrow than I am right now. And even that little 1% step forward, that is progress. And that's going to get you towards that eventual goal that you have of whatever it happens to be, whether it's getting a job in cyber or something else. So just continue to move forward. And another piece of advice from Jim Valvano, we don't have time to go into, but he was an amazing person, a great basketball coach, and he gave an incredible speech in the 93 ESPYs. Go watch it, bring Kleenex, you are going to need it. But at the end of his speech, he left us with words that I want to leave you at the end of my speech. And that is, don't give up. Don't ever give up. Because the only time you lose is when you stop trying and stop moving forward. So as you move forward from wherever it is that you are to wherever it is that you want to go in your cybersecurity journey, keep going, keep trying, and don't ever give up. Thank you.
Okay, hang on. Sorry, I got something in my eye right there. Sorry, no, I'm good. I'm good. I'm all good there. I thought I had something in my eye, but well done. Great talk you got there, Aaron. Great information that you shared with us. There were a couple of comments that came in that I got. I think it's really interesting that you have people that use meditation to, de-stress, to kind of get themselves centered. Aaron, he just gets out on the ice and goes beats people up. I love it. I think that's awesome. We had, Aaron crushing those speaker engagements. Way to go. If you ever make it down to Florida, Aaron, look me up, because we will, I can certainly get you on, in front of a group of people to give a presentation. Let's see. We had some other good fun topics. It's fun trying to scroll. We had a lot of comments here on this one. Here we go. This one, I just kind of warmed my heart. Chris going, this is amazing. We had Steph, I'm a teacher, transitioned to IT about a year ago. Imposter syndrome is real. It is. Oh my God. I know. Absolutely. I know. I deal with it on a daily basis. It's just one of the things that is just kind of who we are. We know that there are people that are better than us, but we have our own story. We have our own message, and you hit it on the head, Aaron. Our paths are always going to be different. We might end up in similar areas, but our paths are all going to be different. Just keep swimming. The Jimmy V quote, can't agree with you. Can't agree more with that. Where, and I remember that speech. I remember watching it because at that time I was battling cancer. So knowing that he was dealing with it or had dealt with it and then ended up losing his battle. That was really good. Tech Shrine, thank you, Aaron. This really is This is really motivational. I'm in college now for SC and feel the same. Thank you.
Awesome.
Haircut Fish came in going, still trying to land my first position in cyber, but I keep pushing and strive to land it. Thank you, Aaron. Yes, sharing your story. And of course, Aaron, you rocked it, bro. Can't agree more. Definitely there. So, Aaron, thank you very much for sharing your story. I usually don't give tips or notes when it comes to PowerPoint presentations, but it would have been fun to keep that bowl of spaghetti and having all the different points of your life drop on that bowl of spaghetti. That would have been fun, or have a line going all the way around the screen. I don't know, just an idea. I'm very much, a lot of people that watch presentations are very visual, and something like that would be fun because it's never a straight path from left to right. It's all over the place. So, thanks again. Cool. All right, Aaron, enjoy the rest of the conference from the other side of the screen. Again, thank you very much. Awesome story.
Thank you, James.
And we'll see you soon. All right. Cool. Well, I am now real excited to bring on our next guest because we are just cooking along here today. This is going really, really well. So I'm going to bring on Stefan. Stefan, how you doing there, sir?
Hello, fine. How are you doing?
It's another day in paradise. So I'm going to ask, because I've been over to Germany enough times in my lifetime to know that your last name, is it pronounced Wadvogel or is it Wadvogel?
Like my parents call me Waldvogel, and it's last name.
Waldvogel. Yes. Okay. Good. I wanted to make sure because I'm looking at that going, oh, I know that's a German name or Austrian or something of that region. So, and you're going to come to us with the state of the cyber job market, which is going to be good after hearing Aaron's story. And then we had Peter's earlier today, and of course the kickoff with John this morning with his keynote talking about trying to get into the industry. So real excited to have to hear from what you're going to share with us. So if you want to go ahead and share your desktop with us, the presentation, we'll go ahead and get that brought up for everybody else so that we can see it. And I'm going to click that little button. I'm going to click this little button and bring it all up here. And there we go. I'm going to let you take it away, Stefan.
Well, thank you so much. I will start with it. Hello, my name is Stefan, and as mentioned, I'm from Germany, and right now I'm working as a SIM engineer, and I love numbers. So it doesn't matter what it is, but it's maybe top market, is it rental market, everything is related to numbers. I just love it, and that's why I want to show a little bit about how hard it is to break into cybersecurity, because we have to know about the current job market. One note, I'm not a recruiter, so it might be wrong because I can only take out like in general numbers and maybe not for you or for each city because each city is different, but I can give you like a big overview. Like as an example, Dallas and Austin are close together, but Dallas is highly technical and Austin is highly technical and Dallas has more, it's a wider area. So they are very different. The main question is what I always say is how hard is it to get a job in technology or cybersecurity? Like we heard a lot of great presentation and we know it's incredibly hard, but it's not always the same. Like 2 years ago or 1 year ago, it's always a little bit of different. So the question, if it is your goal, how much time do you need? How much money do you need? It's always a little bit different. As always, like related to risk, like if the job market is very bad, then you may need more money and you have a less likely chance to get into cybersecurity. That's why you may need to know your chances or maybe not. To be honest, when I look back a couple of years ago, like 4 years ago, I was like, okay, I want to go into cybersecurity, but I had no idea about how hard it is or what it would cost. I wanted it. So after 2 years, I got into it. Like currently, a degree or bootcamp can cost you up $3,000 to maybe $75,000, and that's a lot of money. So I think it's you have to know a little about it. And maybe as an advice, I'm a foreigner and I made it into cybersecurity. If it's possible for me, then it's maybe also possible for you or for anyone. Essentially, it's just how much passion you have, and so don't be maybe too disencouraged. So this one is always funny because I always see this. If we go into cybersecurity and then we look at maybe different advertisements, we have 0% unemployment rate. It's so easy to break into cybersecurity. And of course, you get a 6-figure salary right away on the top. And there are 3.5 million open jobs. But the question is, do you believe it? I have to say, 4 years ago, I did. So I was watching these ads and say, cool, I want to do it. It's easy to do. And I just said, I want it. But essentially, it took me 2 years and thousands of hours to do it. But just to understand that these are just ads and the companies wanted to buy their course, and it had nothing to do with reality for entry level. Maybe if you have a lot of experience, then it's different, but for entry level, it's not. So, as mentioned, sometimes it can take a year, 2 years, but sometimes only a couple of months. It depends a little bit, but I would say on average, if you want to do it, it will take a lot of time, maybe at least 6 months, a year, or even more, depending on where you are. But now let's say we need some data, right? Like what's the real truth currently right now? And it always changes. This one shows the US for technology. LinkedIn every month, LinkedIn gives the workforce report, and there's technology, there's education, there's a lot of stuff. And you can even see how many companies actually do offers. Like it's not about how open jobs, but it's more accurate. It's about how companies really hire. Like we have here, in 4 years, we had 3 stages. We had the time before COVID. If you look at it, hiring was about 20% up from 2016 as a base. And for a long time, it was kind of steady, at least in the US. We had like the year 2002, we had like the dot-com bubble, and 2008, that was the last 2 big dips. But after 2008 until right now, it was always kind of steady, like 10 years of slow growth. And then COVID hit. Within a few weeks, essentially, the number of open jobs or job offers absolutely crushed. In technology, it went down by 35%, and it was practically immediately. So after that, it took around a year to recover, and then we entered phase 2. At this point, everyone had stimulus checks, and people had a lot of money, and companies felt great, and they hired like nuts. Like in America, like hiring was like 60% higher than 2016. You see, like, and it go up. And of course, like companies offered remote opportunities, and everything else was great. So you could even like job hopping, you could earn a lot of money by doing that. And then slowly we are moving into stage 3. The Fed raised interest rates, and it got more expensive for companies to essentially get money, because in technology, a lot of companies are losing money right now. So they have to be very careful. Sadly, about 1,000 technology companies laid people off. That's a lot of money. Interestingly, in cybersecurity, the peak of layoffs was not in January. It was a little bit later, maybe 2 or 3 months ago, like Cisco, Accenture, and F5, and all of the others. So it essentially means, because good for us is, so cybersecurity is a bit of delay. So we can see, okay, if it goes down, then maybe we have 3 months later or 6 months later, it's going down. So we have like a little bit of like a warning time. This time, yes, let's go. Currently, right now, if we look into the job market, I talked to a bunch of recruiters. It is a little bit recovering. So more people are getting jobs right now, but I'm not sure how it will stay like this. So it's it's going up, but I'm not sure. I cannot look in the future because it's impossible. I assume it will stay low at least until the rates go down. If the rates go down, maybe it's good better for us, but I don't know. It could also be the rates go down because we are going to a recession, and in that case, it will stay even lower. And so I'm not sure. We have also some changes that we cannot predict. Let's say the government changes rules, like the US government is doing a lot for cybersecurity. If they increase a new law or they publish a new law, and then maybe we need more people, So hiring maybe jumps immediately. We have also like big hacks. If something like really big is happening, then usually you see it immediately on LinkedIn. More people are going for jobs, or there are more job openings. That's for the US. I have also one for Germany. For Germany, it looks a little bit different. If you see the growth over the last 8 years for IT security people was insane, like 600% from 2015. It's like crazy. The growth for security in Germany is very great. So if you are not in the US and maybe India or somewhere else, maybe you can look into Germany because it's relatively easy to get a blue card, because you just need a job offer and maybe a bachelor. I don't know exactly the laws, but it's not as hard as the US, and there are open jobs. But we see, of course, a downtrend also here. Like in 1 year, I think it went down by 22% in 3 months, but it's still like very, very high. For entry level, I saw jobs. They have, like, it was a real entry level opening, had 5,400 applicants. It was for ThreatX, a SOC tier 1 analyst, is fully remote. That's what usually people dream of. And this is just, it's a very extreme example, but it shows clearly that how hard it essentially is. So if you want to try to get into cybersecurity, be aware that's not something you can just do. Usually, if you don't have a network, expect you have around 200 to 500 competitors. With experience, it is a lot easier to do, but it's also very hard right now. So if you want to look for a remote job, you always compete against many people. Your story is different. So try to talk to people, try to connect to people, be active on LinkedIn, and that's maybe the way you can avoid the number of competitors. Let's give some numbers about remote, hybrid versus on-site jobs. That's a very interesting table. I took these numbers a couple of days ago on LinkedIn and for Indeed. You can clearly see that on-site jobs right now in cybersecurity are around 70%. Then we have hybrid jobs with 15%. Essentially means that 85% for the jobs you need to be in the right city. Only about 10% or 15% are essentially fully remote. If you look back maybe 2 years or 1 year ago, the number of fully remote jobs essentially shrinked a lot already. And to be honest, a lot of remote jobs are promoted maybe in different cities, and it's only one job and maybe even multiple times a week. So I assume the real number of fully remote jobs is below 10%. How to get a job in this environment? A lot of people ask me the same questions like, hey, how do I get a job? What should I do? Essentially, there's no guarantee, but there are some ideas. Each maybe idea improves the chance, but there's no 100% chance. The best thing is it's networking. So you have to talk to people. If you know the right people, maybe you can completely avoid the competition. Sometimes people ask me, hey, do you want for our company? And I would be the only competitor because people know me. That's something you can do. But don't go on LinkedIn and write a message, hey, do you have a job for me? I get this many, many times. And it's like, hey, that doesn't work because I don't know you. So that's always a problem. Focus on employers, specific employers. Let's say if you want something, and connect to target people. So you know maybe you want to work for company X, and then you can talk to these people or find them on LinkedIn and talk to them and build a relationship over long term. Also, like join a cybersecurity community and be active. So it doesn't mean if be active is your name has to go out. If you just sit there and check and do nothing, or you don't give anything, then it's a problem. You have to be visible. That's it. Let's take the next one. Quick, before we end, about salaries, entry-level salaries, about the 6-figure numbers. These are two from ZipRecruiter and PayScale. And we see like ZipRecruiter tells you for entry-level SOC analysts, the salary band on the highest range is around $36,000 to $41,000, and that's very, very low. So if you are a career changer, think about it. You have to use your transferable skills to avoid to get such a low salary. Why is it so low? It could be that like a lot of help desks rename the help desk to SOC analysts because they are getting way more applicants, and that's why they are doing. I personally think these numbers are very low, but in many cases are even true. Sadly, I talked to many people, and they earn around $40,000 or $50,000 depending on the company size. But there's no way that an average person get like $100,000. We can also talk about as a variety. What salary do you expect? Essentially, the range can be huge. This one is for an engineer, cybersecurity engineer. It goes everywhere from $60,000 to $160,000. And if you think about it, it's just immense scale. That's why you have to look for your opportunity, and even there's no way to say this is like this. So it could be a city, everything could be different. So talk to people to get a realistic idea in your city what you make, and the company size matters also a lot. I'm open to questions about this topic. Again, I'm not a recruiter, but I know a lot about the data. I was digging into the data and try to find a lot as I can. So you can reach me on LinkedIn or on the Simply Cyber Discord. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you very much, Stefan. Great information. We had a lot of comments coming in from folks with regards to, jobs come and go with the next big hack from Mark. We had some folks commenting about, where they can find jobs, but BTaxo hits it on the head when he goes, be patient, got to keep this growing your skills. This is temporary. And, we've heard about the variety of different global workforce reports coming out. There's all these jobs out there, but how many of them are entry level? I think I remember seeing that right up at the beginning from somebody where, they were saying, there's all these jobs, but how many of them are entry level? And it's difficult when we're trying to break in, and, we hear so much about it, but, the trying to get the jobs are all that much harder to get. So great info that you're sharing with us, Stefan. Good stats overall. Great insight. Where'd it go? Great insight. Was great to break it down. Coming in from Peter, and then Lee saying, thank you for the stats. So again, thank you very much. Any last thoughts?
Don't give up. Like as mentioned before, don't give up. Don't give up. Just ignore it. If you're supposed to go, then go for it. It doesn't matter.
And Aaron hit it on the head as well. Don't give up. Keep going. Just keep pushing forward. Your time will come. I'm very confident of that. Great comment from Brett. Thanks so much, Stefan. Nice to get a look at things on a larger scale. So definitely appreciate Brett for that one as well. Cool. All righty. Well, again, thank you very much, Stefan. We'll get ready to kind of send you back over to the other side, and appreciate your expertise and your information, sharing that with all of us, and enjoy the rest of the day and the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Take care. All righty. So we are we've got our next guest, our next speaker lined up here backstage, and real excited that we've got Marcus with us, and I'm going to go ahead and bring him on stage now. There's Marcus. How you doing this afternoon, Marcus?
My man, James, I'm doing well. How are you, sir?
Oh, another day in paradise. Cannot complain.
Oh, yeah.
So I really liked the title that you have for your presentation. Sound security begins with passionate customer service. I'm really curious. What did you do in customer service? What roles have you had? Or do you talk about that in your presentation?
I don't really talk about it too much in the presentation. Okay. I do talk about the fact that I was a pastor. Being a pastor, that definitely entails a lot of customer service, a lot of dealing with people with their issues and things of that nature. So, and I can see how that has translated over to cyber. So I thought it would be good to talk about. And I got a little surprise in there just for you, actually. So you'll see it a little bit later.
Oh, do you? Oh, you're the man. Well, go ahead and share your desktop, because I know for me, customer service has been very much a part of what my life has been. I've worked in restaurants. I've worked in a public library. I've worked on a help desk. I took my licks and spent the first few years working in IT, doing desktop support, helping grandmothers replace motherboards and reinstall Windows 98 back in the day. So, all right. So I see we got your desktop being shared. So there we go. And there you are. I'm going to go ahead and throw it on over to you. Let you take it away, Marcus.
All right, very good. Thanks, James. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Simply Cyber family and friends. I am pumped today to give you this presentation titled How Good Customer Service Produces Great Cybersecurity. But we only have 15 minutes, so let's go ahead and get started. So I just want you all to imagine for a moment, you're the CISO of a 500 employee CRM. The company is just big enough to have a lot of moving parts and for you to not know everyone's name, yet too small to absorb a serious cybersecurity incident without catastrophic financial and reputational consequences. Alert! The unthinkable has happened. It's 1:37 a.m. and you've just been awakened out of your sleep by your senior infrastructure engineer with the worst possible news. Your company has been breached and your engineer has informed you that all of your customer data and all the PII of your 75,000 customers has been compromised. Worst of all of your company data has been exfiltrated. Oh, and better yet, you're supposed to be flying out in the morning on a much needed family vacation. So tell me, what's your first move? And better yet, how are you feeling? So with that in mind, just allow me to introduce myself. My name is Marcus Kyler. I'm an associate incident response case manager at FR Secure, which is a cybersecurity consulting company out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Just a little bit about me. I'm a father of 2 girls living just outside of Detroit, Michigan. I've been in Christian ministry since 2001 when I was an undergraduate at Morehouse College and Georgia Tech. And I was a former pastor and also a ministry communications consultant. Unfortunately, in 2019, I got divorced and really what that began a 4-year journey of me transitioning out of full-time ministry, not as a calling, I'm still called, but as a 9-to-5 way of primarily earning my income. And so from 2019 through 2022, I was in the logistics industry. I kind of saw pretty quickly that wasn't going to get me where I wanted to get to financially. So I went back to school in 21 and 22. I got a professional certificate in cybersecurity from the University of Michigan. Then in October of last year, got my Security Plus. In December, I got a job offer. And in January of this year, I started in my first role as a cybersecurity professional. So what am I doing now? Again, I'm an associate incident response case manager at FR Secure. It's right outside of Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I already told you that I reside right outside of Detroit. And so I am blessed to be in a position where I'm working remotely from the comforts of my own home. Just very blessed to be able to do that. And so what does our company do? We do a lot of red team functions like pen testing, network scanning, risk assessments and the like. We do blue team functions as well with our incident response services. That's the team that I'm on. And we also do consulting services with our virtual CISO engagements that we have with quite a few of our clients. Unfortunately, we are a direct competitor to 2 of our very committed Simply Cyber partners in Barricade Cyber Solutions with their IR services and Panoptcy with their quantified risk assessments. We definitely do both of those, and so we're kind of in competition there, unfortunately. So as for me, I'm in a junior role supporting our incident response team on investigations, and I co-facilitate kind of in the background with a lot of our tabletop exercises that we do with our clients. And I also function as the project manager and program manager for our team. And we do a lot of proactive IR services where we do incident response coaching and kind of helping them develop their own incident response playbooks and kind of helping them through that process. And then we do a lot of emergency IR services as well. The Atlassian Confluence vulnerability that we talked about on the threat brief this morning, and we talked about a few days ago, that's something that our team has definitely been dealing with already several times this week with several of our clients. So now that you know a little bit about me, going back to our scenario that I explained a few minutes ago, what are you doing and how are you feeling in this emergency situation? So again, it's the middle of the night, you're about to go on vacation, your customer's PII has been exposed. And again, you're a CRM, and so you are in the business, right, of having people's PII, and the worst thing that you want to have done is have their PII exposed or stolen. And so in other words, this is the worst moment of your career. And so why did I put the emphasis on feeling and how you're feeling in that moment? How you feel often impacts how you treat people. Again, how you feel often impacts how you treat people. And so if we admit it to ourselves and to each other, we cannot expect people's best behavior when they're going through the worst things they've ever gone through. Because if you could think about the worst thing that you've ever gone through, were you a good person to deal with? Were you a nice person to deal with? The chances are probably not. And so how we as professionals, how we deal with people in pressure situations can greatly impact the security services we're able to provide for them. But keep in mind though, even in non-emergency situations, people will people. Hopefully this is something you've heard before, but it definitely rings true. People will people. And so because people will people, we have to realize that we can be difficult to deal with as human beings sometimes, even in non-crisis situations. That means that sometimes people will take their jobs or themselves too seriously. They'll feel pressure to please their leadership. They may feel that what they need or what we're trying to sell them, or they don't think that they need what it is we're trying to sell them. Or, and put a pin here, they simply don't know what it is that they're doing or what they need. So contrary to popular belief, the customer is not always right. And so why did I put a pin on that last point about the customer not always knowing what they're doing? The customer is not always right. And I'm sure those of you who have been in this industry for any length of time, or any industry you've been in, you can think of very specific examples wherein you can say that the customer did not know what it was that they were doing and did not know what they were talking about. But while the customer is not always right, the customer is always human. The customer is always human. So we may work on computers all day, and sometimes we may work in front of a terminal all day on the command line, and we may do a lot of things that work with computers and electronics and things of that nature. But our customers, the people that we perform these technical services for, they're not animals, they're not plants, they're not robots, they're not inanimate objects without feelings. They are human beings. And so since they're human beings, that means they are deserving of our utmost respect in all that we do. And so since the customer is always human, and keeping that fact in mind will shape how we approach our work. When we are focused on good customer service, we will spend a little extra time making sure that that email response that we send to that customer that might have rubbed us the wrong way is as clear and devoid of snark as possible. I can definitely say that my team at work, we will definitely sit down and discuss as a group, sometimes responses to emails to make sure that what we've crafted to them is as courteous and respectful as possible, even if we're annoyed by what it is that they said. So when we're focused on customer service, we'll also practice our talks that we're going to give to our customers with our teammates first before we give them, even as seasoned professionals. When I set up different appointments for our teams with our customers, they'll often ask me to schedule a 30-minute dry run. For example, for the tabletops that we facilitate, they'll ask for that dry run appointment so that they can make sure that they are fully prepared. And these are fully seasoned professionals that we're talking about here, who have been in the industry for a long period of time, and they know what it is that they're doing, but they still want to be as accurate and clear and prepared as possible, so they make sure that they're serving their clients well, because our clients deserve the best that we have to give them. And thirdly, when we're focused on good customer service, we will provide good QA and QC for all reports before we send them back to the customer. One of the things that I do for my team, and we do it for each other, but I found myself doing a lot of this in my position now. I edit a lot of our team's reports to make sure that they don't have any typos and that they have excellent grammar, so that when we give it back to them, it's very clear, there are no mistakes in it, and they can concentrate just on the information rather than how the information is presented. And it really does make a difference. And I'll give you an example of that. So we have this tweet here from Dave Kennedy. A lot of you in the industry know exactly who Dave Kennedy is. And he made this tweet one day. He said, "I have a first-time customer yesterday say they've used Ferns for countless years, and our reports were the best they've ever seen. No typos, crisp, and great grammar. We stated our reports and deliverables, quality of work, our consultants, knowledge, expertise, and the customer's experience is our product. And what we spend a lot of, and that we spend a lot of time on that. We explained we have a project management team and PMs assigned to each engagement, as well as dedicated QA and technical report writers. And this is just an example of how a little care goes a long way and how it can be recognized. So again, we're keeping this fact in mind, that the customer is always human, will guide how we steward our expertise. So we talk about stewardship. Stewardship is very much a spiritual principle. It's something that, as a former pastor, is something that I dealt with a lot and still deal with in ministry. But it's definitely a principle that we can use here. Stewardship just simply speaks to how we take care of the gifts that we've been given and how we utilize those gifts to make our world better. So whether you're a seasoned professional or soon to be professional in this industry, you already know far more than the average person about security, simply by virtue of your connection to Simply Cyber. And definitely, if you watch the daily cyber threat brief with Dr. Oger every morning, that already makes you a relative expert, because you are exposed to information and ways of thinking that other people simply aren't. And so we have to steward that expertise well when we give security advice in a respectful, non-condescending way. And so here we are, James. Shout out to our MC, James McQuiggan at KnowBe4, who produces this podcast. And I can't play the clip right now. We don't have time. But if you go into the feed for this podcast, the Security Masterminds podcast, there was an episode that came out on September 1st, and it's called Supercharge Your Cybersecurity Program by Collaborating with a BISO, B-I-S-O, or Business Information Security Officer. And this particular excerpt talks about how if we as the cybersecurity professionals blow people off and kind of poo-poo their technical issues, then what they'll do is they'll end up resorting to shadow IT as a solution to their problems. And they'll end up, because of using shadow IT, potentially inviting catastrophic issues into their environments that we'll then have to remediate anyway. So we have to make sure that we are responsible with the expertise that we've been given, and that we dispense that expertise with love, with care, and with respect. And so the moral of the story is cybersecurity knowledge and expertise is a gift that we must use responsibly and gently in order to keep businesses safe and promote cyber resilience. So hopefully in all these ways, I've been able to show to you today how good customer service produces great cybersecurity. We must be good stewards over our technical knowledge and abilities, and we must treat people with respect in order to achieve our cybersecurity goals. And so you can hit me up on LinkedIn at Marcus A. Kyler. I am everywhere on social media at Marcus A. Kyler as well. And with that, that is my time. Thank you very much for your time today and for listening.
Marcus, you're my new best friend. The security masterminds. Yeah, that was with Nicole Dove, who came out of Wall Street, came out of the business world and entered into being a business information security officer, being that liaison, which you definitely hit it on the head. And yeah, no, that thank you very much for sharing that. I will put the check in the mail, sir. Greatly
Thank you,
appreciate
sir.
it.
I appreciate it.
Feeling the love coming in here from everybody. We got Space Tacos. Marcus, great talk. Great job, Marcus.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Shout out to Alexis real quick. She does some awesome book reviews that she does. So make sure you folks are, if you're not following her, go follow her. We got to get Alexis presenting on here next year. We've got we got Casonophilius. I butchered that, but thank you, Marcus. Awesome job, Marcus, as well, coming in from the Haircut Fish. We're getting an amen. Getting an amen from Pete Thiel, so certainly love that. But definitely, right. Rob's hitting it on the head here where he says empathy is lacking in the field. I know that's a big issue. Shameless plug, my next episode of Security Masterminds, we do talk about empathy. That's going to be coming out there as well. Just very looking through, seeing if we had any questions. We had Lazaro saying, as a field tech, experienced some issues on the field with some really angry people. It's definitely hard to keep emotions in check. It is. And I know from my own personal experience, when you've got somebody yelling at you because you suck at what you're doing, one of the things that for me that I always paid attention to when people were complaining, were they complaining about me? Were they attacking me personally? Because if they did, then there was an issue. A lot of the time they were just frustrated. And your job as that representative of the organization was you were there to be yelled at, plain and simple. It sucks. And, take a great quote from John Strand. It sucks being in that role, and it's a tough job, but you are there representing the organization and they need somebody to yell at, and they're frustrated with the product or the service. That's not your fault, and not to take it personally. It's not easy. But you kind of learn to grow that thick skin after a while. I know for me, in my years of being on help desk, when they call up going, this computer is a piece of junk. It's the worst computer I've ever owned. When are you sending me another one? And then it was always like, I thought you said it was the worst piece of junk. All right, whatever. Never mind. Fine. So, but yeah, definitely. Definitely.
And can I say something real quick to what you just said? That's really the importance of having a great team around you, because you can use that team as your sounding board. You can use that team to kind of, you don't want to go off on the customer, so, and you don't want to go off on your teammates either, but you at least have the opportunity to kind of to blow off steam a little bit, and you might use words with your team that you don't want to use in an email with somebody else. And so that's really just the importance of having a great team and how they can kind of be a buffer a little bit for a lot of the hate that you might get at times.
Exactly. Shout out to Space Tacos, doing a brilliant job monitoring. Thank you very much, Space Tacos. Much appreciated that. Feeling the love with this community overall. It's great that we've got everybody here coming together and putting on a great conference overall. Hearing a lot of good things behind the scenes as well. So any final closing comments, words that you've got, Marcus?
No final comments from me. I just appreciate all the feedback from everybody in chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Sounds good. Well, thanks again, Marcus. We will throw you backstage, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the conference. And just hit the wrong button. There we go. All the buttons and gadgets. It's always so much fun. Just a reminder, everybody, we've got the CTF that's going to be happening after the conference here today as well. So definitely go and check that out. And of course, make sure you're hitting that like button for the conference. We're getting a great number of attendees here, and really looking forward to our next talk that we've got here. I'm going to go ahead and bring him up on stage, and this is Adrian Iovita. Did I say that right?
Yeah, approximately. Yeah, Iovita.
Iovita. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
You know, it's the joy of crazy last names from other countries. Some people get it, and sometimes you don't get it.
Yeah.
But Iovita, so very cool. So you're coming to us. Looks like we're gonna have a good technical topic here with regards to Zero Trust, from Zero Trust intro into network security with ZTNA. So Zero Trust is certainly going to be the topic here. So I'll let you go ahead and share your desktop here, and then we can get you squared away and get you going here with everything. But yeah, definitely, we've had some great talks here this afternoon, and I know that we're going to continue seeing those here that we've got from Adrian overall. So cool. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and bring that up and bring this both up. And Adrian, I'm going to let you take it away, sir. It's all yours.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So this will be a talk regarding an intro into network security and Zero Trust. So this is my first talk on a conference. So I will speak about a few words about me. So I'm Adrian Iovita. I'm a husband and a father. I'm an ex-Navy officer with 8 years in the Navy, and now a cybersecurity enthusiast with over 6-year experience as a security engineer. And yeah, pretty much that's overall. I have some basic charts overall for me. And today we'll go and speak about network security and what is Zero Trust Network Access. The agenda for today will be an introduction, a basic introduction to network security. Then we'll go over to understand what Zero Trust Network Access, ZTNA, means, some key principles of ZTNA, why ZTNA, and challenges and consideration using ZTNA, and the last will be the conclusion of this presentation. So we start first with an introduction to network security and how it changed along the way. So network security, it's an implementation designed to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and accessibility on the enterprise. For years, the network security was seen as a perimeter defense, and it was focused on the trust and the untrust zones. That means that once the users or devices have access to the network, they are seen as trusted, and there was no other inspection or filtering on the internal network. So this traditional approach was trust in the perimeter and was seen now as a firewall defense perimeter. If we look back on how the network security evolved, we can simply take it as a basic firewall network that is inspecting the traffic based on ports and IP. Then we have the next generation firewall that was including different tools for the traffic inspection. That means IPS, intrusion prevention systems. We had application inspection, web filtering. We have antivirus, even sandbox implementation on the next generation phase. So this was on a north-south inspection of the traffic. So this was the perimeter defense in the old days. Then we moved to include some internal firewalls to also have some inspection of the east-west traffic and not also on the north and south traffic. But still, that wasn't enough in this challenging and evolving, fast-changing technology. So the network security need to improve and also a change on how we implement network security at that point. Because the network security plays a key role in protecting the enterprise. So the fast-changing technology, the increase in cloud computing, the increase in IoT devices and mobile devices, also the bring your own device policy and remote working policy used by many companies now. This will expand the attack surface, and there was a need for the change in how we see the network security implementation on the enterprise side. So here comes in place the zero trust and zero trust network access nowadays. This is a buzzword that started to gain visibility a few years back, and we are seeing more and more implementation of trust network access. So what exactly is ZTNA? Zero Trust Network Access is a modern security that flipped the traditional trust-based approach on its head. That it's so basically it's the other way around. So it's different than the perimeter defense. So it's the reverse of the perimeter defense. So that means that the trust should not be assumed even within the network perimeter. So the ZTNA is based on the principle of zero trust, which takes a default deny approach to digital resources. So now the focus is moved from the network perimeter, is moved to the users, asset, and resources. So with ZTNA, we are no longer focused only on the network perimeter. We are focused on user, asset, and resources. So ZTNA ensures we know as much as about a user and or the device as we can before allowing them to make a connection to the network, such as what is the user context, what device the user are using, what is the device security posture, where is the user located. All these checks are dynamically checked so that each time when a user try to access a resource with ZTNA, this will check and allow the user access to the resource. In three simple steps, this is how the ZTNA flow is working. We first verify users when they sign on the system. Usually, almost all the time, we have the MFA enabled. Then the second step, validate the device before access to the resource. So after the user is authenticated to the system, we validate the device that the user is using and ensure that it's coming, the incoming device are known, trusted, and pass any other security profiles that we can configure in the ZTNA solution. And the last step is to limit access based on principle of less privilege. So the user or device is only given as much authority as needed to access the requested resource based on the roles that he has. So the ZTNA works by creating a secure tunnel between the user device and the application or data they are trying to access. Compared to the old approach, the user wants to access a resource, he will not be given access to a network. He will be given access to the specific resources that he needs. This tunnel is encrypted and authenticated and allow the user access to the resource that they are authorized to access. So ZTNA in simple words is, like I said, don't trust or always verify. You see only what you are allowed to see, and that means every user, when it's trying to access a network, it will have to pass for a specific checks in order to allow that access. So he only will be allowed to access specific resources on specific ports and nothing else on the inside networks. The key principle of ZTNA. There are some simple principle of zero trust network access. Verify identity. authenticate user and devices before granting access. So each user and device needs to be authenticated before granting access to the resources. Less privilege. Grant the minimum access necessary to perform the task. So the user will only be allowed to access the resources that they need to perform their tasks. This means creating finely tuned access controls rules on the ZTNA solution. Least privilege reduce the risk of privilege abuse or lateral movement in the network. Microsegmentation. It's another important part. It means that we need to divide the network into smaller segments to limit lateral movement into the network. Secure access everywhere. That means that the ZTNA needs to apply even if the user is working remotely, even if the user is working on-prem, or even if the user is accessing resources in the cloud. So these rules needs to apply everywhere the user is accessing the resources. Focus on application and not the network. User or device is granted access to specific applications and not the network. That means that user or the device that is accessing the resource doesn't need to be part of the network in order to be able to access the resources. It will be something like a broker between the user or device and the resources they are trying to access. This will be like a filtering between the two of them. Why ZTNA? This will be like a change in how the network access is network security is seen nowadays, because with a lot of change in cyber threats and evolving of the technology, cloud solution, IoT, and everything, we need to change and implement a new solution for network security. ZTNA, it enhance security, provide robust protection against new cyber threats or advanced cyber threats, improve compliance, help meet regulatory requirements like PCI or HIPAA, everything. You have overall control. Each solution provides a specific reports based on PCI or HIPAA that will provide a complete report on what the access is configured, what user are using, what user are accessing on the network, that the network is segmented, critical access resources is more segmented than the others, and everything else. Flexibility. That means that the solution supports remote work and cloud adoption and also on-prem. So that means the ZTNA solution must be flexible whenever the user is working remotely, on-prem, or even if accessing resources in the network. Reduce attack surface. Minimize the exposure of critical resources. Minimize lateral movement using the micro-segmentation, and practically utilizing the access rule based on the application and not the network. Visibility and analytics. This will offer insights into network traffic and user behavior based on the logs and everything. There are also a lot of challenges and consideration when you are thinking to implement the ZTNA solution. The first one is user experience, because each time when you try to implement a new security solution, end users are not always happy because they will change how they are used to connect to the system. They might have issues to connect to specific resources, why this is not working, why I don't have access to these tools and everything else. Implementation complexity can be challenging to transition from legacy system. It means that you need to be sure that the ZTNA solution can be implemented with your legacy application and servers, and you need to have a good strategy in place and able to move from legacy access to ZTNA and to be able to use all the resources. Adoption requires cultural and organizational changes. yeah, with everything when it comes to security solution, new security solution on an enterprise, there are a lot of changes needed. No, everything needs to be notified. You need to implement new policies, how you can access, how can you log into the resources and everything else for remote users. Also, you need to modify the policy. Cost, initial setup and ongoing maintenance cost. There are a lot of ZTNA solution. Some of them are cloud-based, some of them are on-prem, and some of them are hybrid solutions. Depending on this approach, will differ the cost and maintenance cost. If you go another approach, if you go to using a cloud-based solution for ZTNA, you need to think into consideration that you rely on the vendor's cloud for access to the resources. So if there is a downtime on the vendor side, that means you no longer be able to access your resources, and you need to think like a disaster recovery plan in case the ZTNA solution is down, and you need to have a backup solution to access the resources. For an on-prem solution, that means you need to have a training, cost maintenance, and everything in place for this kind of solution. Integration is ensuring compatibility with existing security tools and process. That means once you decide to go with a zero trust solution, you need to have an overview of all your security tools and processes and how can be integrated with the new solution. This means identity and access management, firewall solutions, CM solutions, SOAR solution, EDR solution. Everything you need to take into consideration when you decide to implement a ZTNA solution into your own environment. And the last will be some conclusion with the ZTNA solution. There are a lot of conclusions to be taken into consideration. I think that as threats continue to evolve, the adoption of ZTNA is expected to be a must in nowadays. But you need to be carefully when you plan and implement the ZTNA solution. There are some things that you need to take into consideration when you're trying to implement or select a solution that is good for your organization. So some of the things that you need to think about is the ZTNA solution works for on-prem users, for remote user, and cloud applications. Does the ZTNA solution offer protection for legacy softwares and modern cloud application? How scalable is the ZTNA solution? Maybe in some few months now, the traffic will grow, and we need to be sure that the ZTNA solution will be able to handle all the traffic. If at some point all the users needs to be working remotely and something like this. If you have a specific security solution, identity and access management, or EDR, or firewalls, they can be easily integrated with the ZTNA solution, and that will work without any issues. Does the ZTNA solution constantly monitor and dynamically adjust the risk score of the device and the users? How does the ZTNA solution is easily to be managed, or even, I don't know, troubleshooting for this? Does it offers training for your personnel and everything else? How does the ZTNA solution offers protection and visibility against lateral movement? So this will be the conclusion and regarding the ZTNA solution. If there are anything else, any questions?
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Adrian. We had some good comments that came in from some folks. You know, we had one view is extending security further towards the edge interface. Routers and firewalls usually make security decisions. However, if we DACLs at the switch port level through 802.1x, we move towards ZTNA. So yeah, definitely looking at the, utilizing all the technology with regards to that. I've seen a huge push for ZTNA. Great topic. Thank you very much, Paris, with regards to that. And of course, we had that followed up by Space Tacos. Straight facts, homie. You know, kind of straight cash, homie.
Yeah.
If you know, you know. So great. Again, thank you very much, Adrian. Great information. And I know we'll have some folks certainly checking that back out on Team Replay. So
yeah, thank you.
Fantastic.
It was a pleasure. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Well, I again thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference from the other side of the screen, and I'll go ahead and send you back there. So again, thanks, Adrian. Enjoy the rest of your day, and great information regarding Zero Trust architecture.
Thank you as well. Bye.
All right, take care. All righty, we're past the halfway point here. Hard to believe. This time's just flying by here. You know, when you're having a good time, time flies, right? So I'm real excited for our next speaker. I'm going to go ahead and bring him up. I think a lot of us will know, you know, it popped up here as Dan, but I think a lot of us know him more as the Haircut Fish, right? So real excited now to put a face with a name rather than just some fish that's like missing some of his hair, right? You know, so real excited that you're here with us, and you're going to talk about the write-ups and downs to making a great write-up. So is this talking about love letters, or are we talking about our technical reports that we have to spend a majority of our time doing?
So this talks about like write-ups on, say, try Hack Me rooms, or like kind of doing technical write-ups on how you got to those answers and what you've learned.
Gotcha. Very cool. So a lot of good information that we'll get there regarding those write-ups. Go ahead and share your screen there, Mr. Haircut Fish. I can't call you Dan. I just got to call you the Haircut Fish because that's pretty well more or less what we're dealing with here. So the write-ups and downs to making a great write-up. Haircut Fish, take it away, sir. It's all yours.
Oh, thank you, James. So I already went ahead one. So the write-ups and downs to making a great write-up. We'll just start off with who am I? I currently work at Linode /Akamai in customer support. So I get to be writing a lot daily. I've written over 100 Try Hack Me Room write-ups. You can find most of those on my personal blog or on my Medium page, which we'll talk more about later. And any of the, like anybody that has known me or has been in this community, I want to say for at least the past year or two, has probably seen one of my memes when it comes to Jerry or to John Strand, which you may see a few that you've not seen before. A little preview for tomorrow's daily cyber threat briefing. So who's this for? This talk is for anyone and everyone. This is for newbies. This is for cyber veterans and everybody in between. This is for those that wish to better themselves, which hopefully should be everybody, but to each their own. So how to get started? The best way to get started, first off, is just do it. Just get started. Like, but where do you get started? The best thing I feel is choose a platform. There's many of them out there. There's Try Hack Me, there's Hack the Box, Let's Defend, Blue Team Labs. There's a plethora of different platforms you can write on. And some vary in their difficulty level. So Try Hack Me, they have a lot, like I like their platform, which obviously because I've done so many write-ups on them. But Hack the Box has like more, I don't want to say difficult, but they don't hold your hand as much. So eventually I do plan on doing like branching out from Try Hack Me. But for you, where do you want to get started? And then once you've kind of decided what platform you want to write on, you got to choose your tools. What are you going to write out your write-up with? Are you going to do it in VS Code? Are you going to do it on Medium? Are you going to do it in Microsoft Word, Google Docs? I personally use Medium. I like the way that it structures it, and it doesn't give you too many options, so you're not trying to get too fancy with it. And then from there, screenshot-wise, I like to use a tool called GreenShot. And it's nice because you can perfectly make like what you're taking a screenshot of. You can obfuscate text. You can put little arrows pointing. Anybody that's seen any of my write-ups is any of those screenshots, that's what I take them with. I love using that tool. And then another tool I like to use, it's called stackedit.io. It's a website, and don't try and type all these different resources out. I have a link, or I have a post on my LinkedIn going out after my talk here on with all these resources in it. So you can end up going to my LinkedIn and you can get those resources. So what StackEdit does is I can copy all that text from Medium, and because I have a personal blog that uses GitHub Pages, it uses Markdown language. So it'll take that and it'll convert all of that to Markdown for me, which saves so much time. And so I'll convert it all over, and then I can get it easily pasted into my GitHub Pages. So that kind of leads into where to share your write-ups. Like I said, I do it on Medium and GitHub Pages, or my personal webpage, which I got to give a big shout out to Wading Through Logs for kind of giving me the push to create my own webpage and being the person to ask anytime I had issues, because he created his own using GitHub Pages, and he was just awesome resource for that. So other places you can do it is Blogger or Blogspot, WordPress, Medium, etc. Wherever you can post those, wherever you want to post them, go ahead. I believe LinkedIn now you can end up posting, I think they call them blog posts on there. I have to look into it a little bit more, but you can do it on there too. It depends on where you want to do it, how you want it to get seen, and just what it's for. So on to the next slide. Now you're ready to write. What next? The first thing you want to realize once you start writing is, who are you writing this to? Are you like your writings, who are they targeting? Are they targeting newer people? Are they targeting people that have been in the industry already? Or kind of a combination of the two? Is your writing going to be a guide or a proof of completion? Now, what I mean by that is a guide or like a walkthrough, like on how to get from step A to step B. A proof of completion is basically, oh, look, I did this. This is what I did. And that's it. And so my write-ups kind of have a little bit of both. I try to lean more towards the guide than a proof of completion, just because I am using them to not only help myself to better learn what I'm doing, but to help others in the future. And I'll discuss that a little bit coming up. So how much do you share in these write-ups? Right here, I have a screenshot, used Greenshot to do it, from one of my write-ups, the Traffic Analysis Essentials room from TryHackMe. Now, I don't like to give the answers from the, like, I don't like to take a screenshot, and as you can see, it says answers and it's obfuscated. I don't like just to be like, yep, here's the answer, and then not hide it. Now, in my write-ups, you can find the answers, but I try and put them a little bit lower than that final picture so people aren't scrolling through and they see, oh, crap, I saw the answer. Because once that genie's out of the bottle, it's kind of hard to put it back in. So along with those, I try to give steps taken. Like, how did I get to that spot? What did I do to get there? And I've had people share with me, like, they can tell from my write-ups that I add where my mindset is at. Some of the later write-ups that I've been creating recently, I have been gaining knowledge from doing all these that I automatically think, oh, that's right. I just got to do this over here. That's over here. But then I'm like, well, that's not going to make sense. Like, not everybody has that experience. So how can I get from that spot to that spot without that experience? So I always try and tailor my write-ups to be coming from the perspective of, this is somebody's first day in doing this. What would you do? So I try not to get, like, I'll get technical, but I'll try and explain what that technicality is. So, and then as I said, obfuscating the answers. I don't like just giving the stuff away. I want to help somebody. I don't want to just give them the fish and be like, yep, see ya. That it doesn't help me. It doesn't help them. It's not good. So the write-ups, this is the ups part of it. What the write-up can help you do, it can help increase your soft skills for, as James was saying, like your technical write-ups at work. It can help with that. It can help you explain technically to people that don't understand like some of these technical issues. It's a great way for you to be able to explain to, in layman's terms, what phishing is or what Wireshark is, which I use Wireshark because that's the room I'm on currently. So it helps others. That's one of the reasons I started doing the write-ups, was not only to help myself, but to share that knowledge I'm gaining with others to help boost them up so that they end up having a better step in the future. Like that's what I want. I want to share the knowledge I learn with others so that they're better equipped. And then it's fun and educational. I don't know how anybody else feels, but I always find them super fun and educational. And so the next thing we got here is the downs. With all good things, there's good ups, but there's also downs. The biggest one is time consuming. It takes so much time to be able to do these. And this is just rough estimates, it takes you an hour to do a normal Try Hack Me room. If you're doing it while creating a write-up, it's going to take you probably 3 or 4 times longer, because you're not only completing it yourself, but then you're writing out each step, you're doing the screenshots, you're editing the screenshots, you're putting it all together, and then you're making sure that all the steps are right. So it has that time commitment, but if you put in that time commitment, it is so worth it. There's resources required. All those different resources I started talking about at the beginning to get started. It takes time. Like, as I said, time's the biggest thing on the downside of this. But it takes time to get those resources. But once you also get those resources, you have them and you're ready to go. If it wasn't for putting the time, I feel is like the best thing. It shows that it's worth it if you're putting that time and effort into it. And then along with that, the commitment. Time and commitment, if you commit to this, you will see results. I have, like I said, done about 100 Try Hack Me write-ups. And I feel that my next write-up is my best write-up. Your next write-up should always be better than your previous. You should always be learning. So one final thing I want to leave you here with. You're going to make mistakes. I've made mistakes. You're going to be criticized. I've had people critique me. They're like, hey, this wasn't exactly right, or something got changed. And I've gone back through and I've changed up some of my write-ups because something wasn't right. And I don't want to put out bad information. And learn as you go. As I said, the next write-up should always be your best one. The next thing should always be your best, so that you're always learning. You should never be plateauing. If you are, then you're doing something wrong. You need to go and figure out what you need to learn. You always need to be learning. And do not be afraid of somebody saying something like, oh, well, I don't, like somebody being negative. Push it away. Like, if they're being negative to be negative, don't listen to them. If they're being negative as in a way of giving you criticism, listen to the criticism part of it. See if it's just. If it is, go ahead, fix it. That's what I do. I don't like to hear it at times, but it's the only way I know to better myself. You can't fix something you don't know. So Any questions?
Oh man, I am like busting a gut here with all these memes. I'm chatting with the folks behind the scenes that are also all the many people that are putting in time and effort on this awesome con today. And I'm texting it. We're chatting back and forth and we're dropping in the screenshots from this because Jerry wants to see them because he's over on track 1. And we're seeing all, and then we see the one of John Strand come up. I'm like, holy cow, he's got John Strand on here. And then I go, I'm a little worried because I think Haircut Fish might have one of me in here, but you didn't. So
I did not.
Dodged a bullet on that one. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I really felt like this was a lot of great information to get out there. I've been told by people that, and it's always kind of humbling to hear somebody say, hey, your write-ups are just so great. Like I've used them to help solve things. And it's so awesome to hear that it's doing good. Like I love to hear that. And just as much as I love to hear the criticisms.
Yeah.
Like I can't fix what I don't know. And yeah, I literally had somebody message me on LinkedIn saying, hey, there's something wrong with this one write-up. You have something wrong. And I went back and I looked at it and I was like, you are completely right. I had that wrong. And I went and I fixed it. And I even I believe I posted about the correction and I credited the person. I said, I want to thank this person for telling me that I had this wrong.
That's awesome.
And
yeah.
So,
having that transparency, that's key. And that adds to your credibility. It makes you recognized as a better person of, who you are. Now, kudos to that. We love the Clippy, love the Jerry, the paperclip one. This one had me in stitches. I never knew I needed Clip Jerry in my life. So, now that's what my Windows machine is missing. Straight cash homie, definitely. I dropped the link in there for Greenshot for you, Haircut.
Oh, thank you.
So that way that was in there.
All the resources, like I said, I'm going to have a LinkedIn post. I actually scheduled it before the talk so that it would come out after my talk was done. Okay. I'm going to post it on my LinkedIn, probably even on my Twitter, Mastodon, pretty much anything you see that from my Linktree link there for my socials. I'm going to try and post it on those, just so that it's out there. And the one thing I didn't say is if anybody has any questions, I mean, even about this, or they want to get started doing write-ups, consider me as a resource. Like, go ahead, ask me questions. I will be glad to help you as much as I possibly can.
No, that's fantastic. And I always appreciate the support that you have for that. There was a couple comments. I dropped in your Haircut Fish into the chat, so folks have it right away, or you can type in Linktree and go from there, or Linktree. linktr.ee Haircut Fish. But yeah, no, one of the great comments that came in here we got from Jenny was so many write-ups never explain the why or how they knew to look for something. And that's important because we're looking to trying to be able to educate the folks as well, not just, you did X, Y, and Z wrong. Shame on you. Here's how you fix it, kind of a thing, or here's why you need to fix it.
Exactly. And I think it was my last one I posted that was on Wireshark. I had that happen. I'm like, oh, I know exactly where to look. But I'm like, but how do I write that? I can't just write, okay, now go to this spot. Because that sounds stupid. It's like, that's not helping anybody.
Right.
And so I'm noticing that more and more at least with this room that I'm in. And so what I'm trying to do is explain it in a way like I think one of the questions it says about looking in the one output of Wireshark. And so I word it then because I was like, well, how the heck are you supposed to word it? So I go, okay, time to bust out your SOC analyst skills and do some investigating.
Right.
You want to start looking through these and you're going to spot something in there that seems out of place or is like perfect. Because that's exactly what I did is I went through it and I'm like, oh, there it is.
Very good. There you go. That's how you do it. You did have one request that did pop up. I humbly request a Forrest Gump, Jerry. I will second that notion. That would be, and it's funny because you know, you've been doing this a long time, Dan. I've been in this industry a long time, but I don't know if a lot of people realize, but the first computer that I got to hack into actually belonged to Forrest Gump.
What?
Yeah, it's because I was able to guess Forrest Gump's password. It was 1 Forrest 1.
Oh. Oh man, so good.
Sorry, couldn't resist, but yeah, definitely wanted that in there. Dan, this was a great collection of information, notes, best practices, tips that you had. That was awesome. I know a lot of folks really appreciated it. Real glad that we got you here on track 2, the best track ever. So we'll go ahead and throw you back over as we get ready for our next presenter, who probably needs no introduction, but I'm going to do one anyway. But Dan, thanks a lot. Great to virtually meet you, and look forward to meeting you in real life again sometime soon.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. I will be in track 2 open chat if anybody has any questions. So
there we go.
I'll see you guys in there.
Thanks a lot, Dan. I always keep killing the wrong one. I always click on mine to make it the center one, but no. So I'm back, and here we go. So our next guest, I am really, really excited. She's here on track 2 with us. Jerry's over on track 1 right now, presenting the talk that we gave at Wild West Hackin' Fest. That's going to be on YouTube. Don't worry about going over to track 1. Stay here. This one's going to be really, really awesome, because I'm excited that we have Kimberly McKnight with us here joining us today, and real excited that she's here with us, going to be talking about a very interesting topic, and I think is real important for a lot of us, and that's the intersection of cybersecurity and marketing. And as cybersecurity professionals, it's all about branding ourselves. So I get the feeling we're going to have some good info here today.
Yes, well, I hope so. I hope you'll find it beneficial.
I
appreciate that introduction, James. Thank you
no
so
problem.
much, everybody, for tuning in. I know you could be a lot of different places, especially over on track 1. So if you're here live, I appreciate it. If not, feel free, honestly, jump back and forth between the tracks, do what you like. It'll all be here for you at the end. And when we're done, we'll have it all on both channels for you to watch. Yep. First, want to show my shirt here. So we're talking about marketing and the intersection of cybersecurity. Just the little Simply CyberCon shirt that you can also get for yourself on our channel, which is simplycybercon.org. All the info will be on there. So really just want to get started on this talk to tell you a little bit about the intersection of marketing and cybersecurity from my viewpoint. Again, my name is Kimberly McKnight, and it's a pleasure to meet all of you. I'm also known as Kimberly Can Fix It as my hashtag that is going to be on YouTube and LinkedIn, that type of thing. So going ahead and getting started here. Who am I? As I mentioned, Kimberly, also known as Kimberly Can Fix It. I began my career change from hospitality actually over to cybersecurity in the 2020 year that everyone knows and loves so well. Had a lot of changes for all of us. So that's the time I decided to make a transition. Some of you may know that I have a brother that was already in cybersecurity. I have several, but one that's in cybersecurity specifically. And he kind of gave me a nudge. It was something I was always interested in, and really just fell into place during that time. So currently I'm a cybersecurity marketing manager. And my passion is truly to help others succeed in cybersecurity and then also in life. Long before I was in cybersecurity, I was obviously in hospitality, loved helping people, really enjoy that field a lot. So that's where a lot of that comes from. And then I'm also a nonprofit founder. Kind of my passion project was Cybersecurity Central when I first started out and was really diving and digging into everything. So I'll tell you a little bit more about that in the end. But that's a little bit about me as we get started. And, you probably heard a lot, especially recently, more recent since 2020, that marketing, or maybe not marketing, but branding, doing personal branding for yourself and really trying to sell yourself when you're transitioning careers is really important. And I feel even more so in the field of cybersecurity, just because it's something that is highly marketable as a career currently. So that's something that we always want to, you know what? I wonder if I am sharing. Bear with me just a moment here.
Yep, we can see your Why is Marketing Essential slide.
Thank you for a moment here. Yep, that's the slide that we're on here.
Okay.
Correct.
Good.
And okay.
We all good?
Yep, we are. My
Okay.
apologies. I think I presented the wrong screen here. So,
Oh, okay.
here we go.
This is why we love
There
technology.
we go. There we go. There we go. I got it. Okay.
All right.
So why marketing is essential while we're changing careers. I mean, again, this is going to be from my viewpoint here, but I think when you're transitioning in general, you have a plethora of people that are trying to get into the same space that you may be trying to get into. Although there's a ton of jobs, honestly, within the field of information security and IT, even overall, it can really be a competitive way to try to get in. So with that being said, careers in cyber are highly marketable if you haven't noticed. So there are degree programs and boot camps that you'll see and hear of everywhere. First, just, kind of do your own research is something I'd like to say about that before you jump on things as well. I was notorious for doing that myself in the beginning. And employers can be super selective when it comes to who they pick for open roles. So standing out from the crowd, marketing yourself, through your online presence, interactions, and relationship building is really a game changer. So again, something really that I like to point out and say it's going to be important for everybody. Gaining a career in cybersecurity involves promoting or marketing yourself, your expertise, your skills, and your overall value. So where marketing comes in, I mean, I know that since I've been a part of this industry, that many feel marketing is a bad word, especially with the way that some marketers have taken advantage of overselling their products and services in cybersecurity. But I am here to show you another angle of marketing in cyber, and that's called marketing yourself. You may have heard something similar to that, which again, I'll share at the end of this presentation as well as a great resource for you to market yourself in cyber. And then where that road can take you. So again, really, that journey is going to be for everyone a little bit different, but these are some strategies that, again, you may have seen before, but I'll expand on a little bit with you here today. First is going to be building an online presence. And these aren't necessarily in this order. I put them in this order just as I could think of as I was going through the presentation. But again, you could really take these and really work on them. The online presence is going to be the most important though first. You've got to start out with having that now in 2023. People are looking for that. So I know you might be saying, I'm not a company. Why do I need to do this? What's the benefit for me in my journey in a career? So trust me, all of these strategies will benefit you in your career transition and helping you find your new tribe of people within that career. So let's dig a little bit deeper. Okay, so these are some of the benefits of marketing yourself. Again, there's endless benefits, but these are just a few that we've selected. Establishing credibility and expertise. It will help you expand your network, which opens up opportunities, which can be professionally, personally. It might be job related, it might not. But in this industry, building those relationships is truly important because you never know when they're going to come back. And those that you've supported may need some support, vice versa. It distinguishes you from the competition. As we talked about, it can be very competitive in this industry to try to stand out and really sell yourself for jobs especially. So, and the relationships, people compete for those same types of people that you may be trying to build relationships with. So again, distinguishing yourself really will help. Building your portfolio of content. So this is one that definitely you will start to build on as you start participating a little bit more, you start connecting and engaging and using your profile that you have online. So it's not something that you do overnight. Again, these are just some benefits that you'll get once you start doing these for a good amount of time. It will provide referrals and endorsements. So LinkedIn has endorsements and referrals, but this also means, if you're going to a job interview and you've met somebody along the way, they work at that company. If they've gotten a chance to know you a little bit, even if it may just be in the morning streams that we have on the Cyber News with Gerald, or wherever you see them, Black Hills Training and the Discord there, those are people that you may be able to reach out and say, hey, I know we connected. I am applying for a job at the company that you're working for. What do you think? Could you give me some type of a referral or endorsement, for working there? So it doesn't always mean that badge on LinkedIn. Don't take it so literal. That way it can really mean for your use, as well in the future. And then it gives you visibility within the cybersecurity community, which again is something that helps you build your brand and market yourself and help yourself distinguish yourself from the competition. So the first strategy is going to be building an online presence. So what does that really mean? And I have here LinkedIn for the win. Basically, you want to have a professional place to connect with your new network on your new journey. So it's 2023, as I mentioned before. People want to see if you are real, or if you're at least pretending to be real with an online profile. Everyone likes to be able to, if you're getting to know people, especially in this industry, you get a little bit more, you're suspecting, when these connections come through, which you should be. And then really just trying to see it. Look, do they at least have a LinkedIn profile? Can I at least find them, find out something about them and see that they're legitimate? Oh, look, they're going to school for this or that, or they're transitioning over into cyber. So again, just being able to have that kind of landing page for yourself. It really is your own website. It's completely free. So that's something that by far, it's the most common place that you'll be doing this interactions and networking, and that will branch off into other places like the Simply Cyber Discord and the live streams and all of that. But again, having that place for other people to find you as well is really important. So let's see. Let's get a show of emotes in the chat. Now, how many of you have a LinkedIn profile? I'll have to pull this up myself so I can see what's happening over here in the chat. Seems like we may have quite a few in here. I know that there's some people in here that I know that definitely have their profile set up. And then maybe, a yes or a no of those of you who have not. I think it's kind of just cool to see. I know one thing that people do is they may use a different name on YouTube than they do on their LinkedIn. So if you have a way to work that into your profile somehow, and maybe when you talk about yourself and you put that in there, it's also something that will pull up in search. It might be a good way for people to kind of link the two together if you have those separate. But again, this is really a valuable platform, and it's something that you will be using to build those relationships. So definitely something that I would start out with. If you don't have anything else, you'll want that LinkedIn. And where am I here at time? Okay, got a few more minutes left. So networking is the second strategy here. Really with this, you want to engage in these communities, especially with, again, the world that we live in. Everything is virtual. So we do want to make sure, for the most part still, that we have the way to make and sustain these powerful relationships. So if you attend, as I spoke before, you build that LinkedIn, you start networking with people, you find those people to follow, see the communities that they're in. You'll be able to reach out, engage with them regularly and connect. You'll get to know each other. Again, wondering, oh, which handle is this? And you'll start to associate who that person is on YouTube versus LinkedIn versus Discord. And you'll start fostering those relationships, which is really key. You want to nourish these relationships, especially the ones that you feel are special. Those are going to be something that you want to put some work into. So that's really where the networking is going to come in. Let's see here. Whoops. And perfect. So the branding, this is something here that I put towards the end. Again, this could really be interchangeable, whether it's the branding, the content creation. This is something that you want to be able to define what your unique value is and incorporate that into your brand. So everyone has something that they like to offer or that they can offer. Maybe it's not something that you've offered up before. Maybe you feel you're not the best at it. When I say, something that you can bring to the table, it doesn't mean to be that you are the perfect, person to do that. But if you have the capabilities, offer it up. You'll be surprised how many people need help with a variety of different things. So some of the things, you might feel like, well, I can't really do a lot of different items to help people with their checklist, but I can help them feel welcomed. I can help them feel supported. I know in the Simply Cyber community and Outpost Gray and these Black Hills and Anti-Siphon, really what they do is make people feel welcome and supported. And that in turn goes down to those people who are networking with each other. They do the same thing. And then it really just makes it a wonderful place to be where everybody's supported. You don't have to worry about being made fun of. And again, really a great way for you to be able to set yourself apart when you have a brand going into those places. So, find out what it is that that makes you connect with others. For myself, it was marketing. And that's something that I started to take and was offering to people. And I made it a part of my own brand. So on LinkedIn, I wanted to make sure that, I had a cohesive theme that went from the banner to my, to my photo and then the story about myself so people could really understand what was going on and what I felt was important. And that changed over time. So I want everybody to know too, that's going to be something your brand will change over time as well. Look at companies that change their brands all the time. Some may be pretty steady for a while, but then they do, switch up and do some changes. And it's always nice to be able to do that. So don't think that just because you're sticking with one thing in your brand right now and you want to hone in on, being the the person that can be the go-to for marketing, which is what I was trying to really make myself out to be. And I didn't know that in the beginning. I just knew that I wanted to help people and I like to do design and I was good at Canva and that type of thing. But you'll find out what those things are. You may already know what they are. And then look to those people that you want to connect with and see what can you do to help them, especially before asking for anything. That's a really big part of what I feel helped me in my success, to be able to get into this industry. Still not on a tech side, but working for a cybersecurity company and really just being able to be surrounded daily by it. You have to define within your brand what you're going to bring to the table in that future, that you're going to bring, as well as currently to those people that you're building those relationships with, as we spoke about on the last slide with networking. Okay. I think I've got a couple minutes here. So the last thing is content creation. On this slide, I mean, really what we're going to be, there we go. On this slide, really, I just wanted to talk about, it has a YouTube icon on there. It doesn't mean YouTube. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to start a channel, start doing videos and become the next Daily Cyber News brief, person up there that's going to be doing that. I mean, really do what makes you feel good. I wanted to get to a point where I was doing videos and I kind of chickened out on it. I want to build myself back up to doing it, but whatever it might be, a blog, a vlog, which is a video blog for those of you who may not be aware, a YouTube channel, creating a Twitch. Tyler, who spoke earlier after the keynote today on track 1, is just truly amazing. He has a great channel to share about his passion of pen testing and such. So, that's really just the different ways that you can do that. Also, as simple as just on your LinkedIn, coming up with stories or finding those stories that you think are important to share, pieces of your life that may not be too personal if you feel you don't want to get too personal. But just people love to be able to do that. So also volunteer to create content. You'd be surprised how many people need help coming up with ways to develop content. And you can offer that if you feel that's something that's good, something easy for you to be able to do social media and be able to come up and with writing or design, whatever it might be. Maybe it's the tech and support side and helping them on that and coordinating things. There are so many people, streamers, leaders, podcasters, tons more, these connections that you're meeting with every day that may need your help. I even loved helping veterans. That was one of the things that I did. Anybody that I saw that was transitioning or a veteran and they were looking to build up their profile and they were in the community talking about they needed a banner or help with their, photo, I'd reach out and let them know. So that's kind of how I started small. And then I went a little bigger and I found Jax and Gerald. So different ways that you can build up on that over time. But building your content for yourself, again, for that page that everyone lands on is a really important thing. So, and it will develop over time. So here's, again, really just a highlight of everything we just talked about here for those marketing strategies. And this is where my marketing journey took me personally. Again, this is something that your journey may take you different depending on where you go with it and what your wants are. But the first thing was that I repurposed my LinkedIn. I used it instead of being a former recruiter and using it to find candidates. I completely revamped it and used it to cater to myself and my own needs, which were to be able to get into this industry and market myself. The second thing that I did was I found amazing people to follow. Definitely something that you want to make sure that you do. First person I'd love to include is Stefan Waldvogel. If you don't know him, you definitely should know him. He's been around for a few years already, developing some wonderful content about cybersecurity. Currently had a talk on the job market today on track 2. And definitely connect with him on LinkedIn and Simply Cyber Discord if you're not already. Other people I found through Stefan was Dr. Gerald Auger, Jack Scott, Josh Mason, and so many more. I can't even begin to tell you, but that's where it all started. I found that person that was my rock in the beginning that I said, yes, vetted him out and said everything he's talking about is completely legit. And that's what I want to do is follow what he's doing and the people that he knows. So that helped me jump off and foster my own journey as well. So let's see here. Again, as I mentioned, I did that for free, not really looking for anything back in return, just to be able to show that I wanted to support those who were supporting me. Again, started to build my brand and helped others with marketing on a personal level. As I mentioned, some of the other influencers that I was working with. And that really put me in close contact with them. I was able to work with them on a regular basis with some of their own needs. And through doing that, that took me to really where I am today. It connected me with my current employer. After a while of supporting those communities, I was able to be with you here today. So I think I have completely run over. I do
It's
apologize, but
it's
I have
all
some
good.
resources at the end as well, which we can
Oh, do
share.
you? Cool. Go ahead and throw up your resources then, Kimberly. That'd be great.
Yeah.
No, it's certainly fine. The information you're sharing with everybody is key, especially when we start thinking about when we're going out and getting that job. What do we need to do? Because we have to be the CEO of our own brand overall. And this is just some awesome information. Of course, connecting with Jax and connecting with you and Jerry and Stefan and everyone else.
Exactly. And this will all be in the deck so we can get this out in the Discords or wherever we'll post them later. So
that works. Cool. There was one question that kind of popped in. We got a minute or so here real quick. And it was about where to store the portfolio.
Oh yeah, for sure. So where to store your portfolio, really what I would do with that is I would start with LinkedIn. You don't want to have everything, all of your eggs in one basket, as some might say. So definitely something that you want to have also replicated in some way, shape, or form on another area. So if you can do something like a medium.com, if you have the funds to do it and want to start your own website, you could build that along the way. So you have that information, you're building it up together. But if you don't have anything and you just want to start out, I'd say LinkedIn's the place to do that. Start building your portfolio there. And then you can also build one online. I'm working on one myself too. So I would highly suggest that.
Very cool. And of course, just like Jerry, we all love the infographics. Gotta love a good infographic.
Yes.
Got a lot of thanks coming in from everybody online. Fantastic stuff.
Thanks for hanging in there with me on my tech issues earlier, but thank you so much. These have been great talks today. It's been so busy and amazing. So really exciting.
Well, thank you again, Kimberly. It was a pleasure having you on here. Good to see you again.
You too, James.
And I'll send you back to the other side of the screen as we get ready for our next presentation.
Take care.
See you later. All righty. So our next speaker that we got coming up, I'm real excited about this one. I think Jerry gave me all the good ones here. I know he's still over on track one talking about what we did at Wild West Hackin' Fest, which was a great talk. Don't get me wrong. But now we've got a really great speaker, really great person coming up. We're going to kind of get back into a little bit of the technical stuff. And a lot of, he goes by, or he's known as James Rice. So here's James and James show for you. We're both rocking the Simply CyberCon t-shirts here today. So we're certainly twinning here. But I think a lot of more folks might recognize you or now get to know you as Cat GPT. So the first question I have for you before we get going is, where's the cat?
They are all over. I've got one that is in the room.
Oh, sure. There we go. Ask and ye shall deliver. There ye shall receive. Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, James, we have got Learn Network Config with Packet Tracer, which it's an app that I use. I teach Packet Tracer at the college I teach at. So I'm real curious to get some extra insights that I can share with my students. So I'll let you go ahead and share your screen here, and then we can get going with your presentation. Of course, everybody loves the cat. Can't go wrong with having a cat in a. Oh, there you go. Mine are down the hallway. I close my door, otherwise they come walking in. But
I've got more. We'll get into it. Thank you.
But I will let you take it away, Jay. Cat GPT, enjoy.
Yep, excellent. Thank you, Mr. McQuiggan. So as he said, I am James Rice, and we are going to be jumpstarting your network career by gaining experience with a tool called Packet Tracer. Okay, so James, but as he said, most people know me by Cat GPT. I am a husband of 15 years to my wartime veteran wife. She is also currently studying cybersecurity at WGU, that was mentioned earlier. I am a father of 6, although 3 of them are cats, and 1 is a dog who thinks she's a cat. I joined the Simply Cyber community roughly about a year ago. I think 2 weeks ago was my anniversary, and it has been a roller coaster ever since. That was actually 2 days before that I decided cybersecurity is the path I want to go on. There we go. And that, through a search, I ended up at that channel and have been hooked ever since. The only episodes I've missed of the daily cyber threat briefing are the ones that I've been forced to miss. Shortly after that, I got the opportunity to return to school. And because of a situation with the North and South Kentucky and the credits transferring, I had very little amount of credits. So it looked like I hadn't went to 9th and 10th grade at all. And it was very hard to get a college to accept me. Enter Cincinnati State, where in shortly after meeting Simply Cyber, I talked to the professor there, the chair of their cybersecurity division, and impressed him enough that he bypassed some of the requirements to get me in. And I'm incredibly thankful. Enter the job I accepted. I was coming out of the automation field where I was a panel wireman. And here I am in my first year as IT coordinator for a local nonprofit. It's small, local, but the mission they have is phenomenal. And as I told them when I was hired, I see nonprofits as a great opportunity because they are oftentimes limited in the fundage they can have for the IT space. It's generally one of their last priorities, which is, for all of us, it's rough. But for them, that's what they've lived with. And Packet Tracer was my introduction to networks this year. I had never done an IP for any device. I had never looked into a router's command line or anything like that. So Packet Tracer was introduced to me through school. Why did I choose Packet Tracer? Like I said, it's a learning tool that can give you some of the basic steps that should be required to enter into our field. As John Strand made very clear, cybersecurity has a strange place because it's not entry level. There's skills you need to have gotten that generally come from being in the field in something else IT related. And Packet Tracer can help simulate those for the need for your first resume, your first job. And that, in fact, that's what I used. That's why I choose it. So some of the benefits of Packet Tracer we have are you can download it for free. And that's, I like that. It has a small learning curve once you understand what it is you're working with. It has a really small learning curve, some basic functions of what can be done compared to real life networks. You can learn how data travels across the networks. It has a special function that I found really helpful in almost all my classes and anything I've done since that I display at the end of the talk. You can practice in a simulated network. This is so important because as you hear about practicing medicine, you don't want to be practicing your network configuration in your network. That's bad. That can lead to some pretty rough things. And it has free courses that you can take that will give you a testing environment. It will give you pre-configured networks that you troubleshoot and similar situations like that. And of course, Cisco, being Cisco Packet Tracer, is an incredibly trusted name in the industry. They've been around for a long time. Most everything has to be done one way or another based on a format that Cisco has either acquired or made. So how do I recommend that you get Packet Tracer? Well, you register for a free course. The URL is on the next slide, but you have to be very careful here. Packet Tracer has been known to carry problems if you get it from an invalid source. So don't get it from a torrent. You shouldn't be getting anything from torrents, but don't get it from a torrent. Get it from the site I'm about to show you, or I was sent to it by my school when I was enrolled in networking class. Right here. You follow the link. This will all be issued after the end of the talk, and that'll take you to the page right there where you can get a verified Packet Tracer. Please make sure it's a verified Packet Tracer. So getting started, what I'm going to do here is I've got a few little tutorials that I've made for Packet Tracer, and it gives you some basic introductions on how you can use it. Here's some of the common components you're going to see moving forward. We've got our switches, your basic layer 2 switch, your basic layer 3 switches, things like that. And the reason some of that may even sound kind of technical is, again, it's not entry level. You need to know what a switch is going in, or using this to learn some of those components. You have several different components you can choose from for basic learning. I use the PC and the servers and a few of these and a few switches, but you can start mapping out your entire home network using this tool. TVs, pop in a few sniffers to simulate some Wireshark. Love me some Wireshark. That was almost my talk. So, and then of course your power cables. The lightning bolt tries to simulate the power cable you mean to use, or the connection cables, not power cables specifically. You've got console, your patch cables, your crossover cables, things like that, serial. So it's got a lot of options that you can use, but then this is still a pretty entry level. So here's a quick little tutorial on just a small little. I didn't hit play there. Uh-oh. Can a video not play? There we go. Sorry. So from the bottom here, you drag up the devices. Little cat down there. He's guarding our network. You pull them into a virtual tabletop environment. You can rename your devices. You have full access to many of the devices I showed you earlier. When you go into them, it gives you a breakdown of some of the basic things that the device has. This particular switch, if you download and use this one, remember to drop in a power supply. Otherwise, the switch won't even register to start its configuration. Always use a redundancy too. When you pull up into your command line here, I was hoping I could zoom in. I believe there's an option to zoom in on the stream or later. You have a basic command line interface. That's what you'll see when you go into your switches in the field too. So the first thing you want to do is get your cables, connect it, put it in your ports that you know you're going to use. For general purposes in this, I tend to go from the lowest numbers, even though that's not, again, not how I would configure it in the field per se. Get your cables connected. It takes a little while to register the ports, the spanning tree. you start drawing blanks when you're on the spot. Always document your ports, always document your IPs, document everything. And this tool allows you the options to do that. So it's going a little slow. We'll move it forward a little bit there. When you go into a device, this is inside the basement PC. Buffer. Uh-oh, there we go. It gives you the option to enter your IP addresses, your subnet masks, your gateways, the things that you'll need configured onto the PC. I'll just keep talking while it's buffering. The things you'll need configured onto your PC. And you can enter any numbers you want, although for real life purposes, you don't. I realized, ouch, I made a mistake here, and definitely don't want to use the .1. I tend to use that as my routing one. as my network. Move forward a little bit here. Ooh, I didn't think a video would be buffering that bad. So yeah, Mr. McQuiggan. Hopping in.
This
I
is
saw
the
you hopping in.
joys of live demos, you know.
Of live demos.
It works perfectly when you're at home and everything's good. And then when you're live in front of people, it pops up and buffers on you. It's like, of all the times for it to do that.
Absolutely. And that's like when the nerves start kicking.
The sweat starts running down the middle of your back. You're like,
for sure.
No, this is
absolutely
this is a fun
how
thing.
it's felt.
Yeah, no, it does happen overall. Tell us what we should be seeing, or what we're going to be looking at.
So the general idea here is that you can set your VLANs on the switch here.
Right.
And you configure your IPs so that both of these are in the same VLAN and can communicate with each other, but would be separate from any other VLANs that you set.
Cool.
And they communicate through the IP that you set on the port.
Cool. Oh, hang on. I think somebody's offering up a reason with what's happening. It's all the cat videos you got running in the background there, James.
Definitely no cat videos running in the background. Just some cat stills. Always have a few cats ready. So then what happens here is after everything's configured, you can open up the terminals on the PCs as they're placed into the field. And from there, you can use their command line to ping another one. And if you've got your network built correctly, you will see your pings happen. If it's not, it makes it easy to troubleshoot, because you can do other commands such as a trace. A good trace can tell you how far your ICMP packet will go, and things like that. I agree. Thanks, guys. It's always good to have it happen and see how you can recover from it. And so yeah, our little cat here said you're using too much, so slow it down here. Later on into this config here, what I do is I pop this into the VLAN 2 after creating one on the switch, showcasing the command lines that would enable that. Ooh, well, at least that picture is a little more clear. Got to look at the bright sides. You can see where we entered into the interface. You go into the switch, you go into the interface. You can set it for access mode, or if you needed to carry multiple of your VLANs into trunk mode. And one of the tips I like to give is, even though in this one you didn't need a shutdown, I always like to do a no shutdown. At the end of your configurations on any interface, I like to do a no shutdown, just so I don't forget to do the no shutdown. It's actually pretty important. If you forget it, it'll cause problems. So from there, we'll just go on to the next slide. Onto one I like to call 3 LANs and a switch. This one gets us into a bit more of a detailed configuration. As you can see, we've got 2 servers up here acting as our internet, connecting to a switch, our router, which gives us outward facing IP options. And you have your multiple VLANs set up so that these are in their own communication. These are in their own communication, and as are these. When you pop open your switch, I'm glad this one's running, you can see that you've got certain configurations on each of the ports. I didn't mean to hit the button. You've got your what was added in this one that wasn't in the last one is your VLAN 10 is your outward facing. You can set access control lists, which are incredibly important. You can see your routing configurations using a protocol called EIGRP. Cisco likes that one. And your configurations for your IPs and your subnet masks, which in routing will of course be wildcard masks. And understanding all of this stuff is part of the reason that it's considered not entry level. And then you can set up classic 3-tier networks. So you have all the documentation. Make sure you document everything. You have your VLANs and trunks set so that it's carrying all this information across. You have redundancy set so that if in case one port goes down, if this was one connection and that one port goes down, these 3 people are out of luck. They're not doing anything. And through Packet Tracer, you can configure all these things, and it makes it easy to build this, print it out, or download a demo to take and show. So what are our takeaway and tips? Well, record smaller videos when you're presenting online for one. That's probably a good tip. You can download it for free. As I said, that's the most fantastic price for a cat. It's a virtual lab environment that includes its pros and cons, where you don't have to worry about messing things up, but you also aren't getting some of the real life experience that you will in other in your work environment, because it's not all virtual and there are some caveats to it. Keep that in mind. Keep in mind it's also Cisco based, and it has a lot of Cisco's pros and cons that come along with it. And since I'm relatively new too, I don't know all of them myself. I'm still learning that. Use basic IPs for practice, or it's okay to use the basic IPs for practice that you saw. I didn't get to show where I had inputted the real IPs, but if you go to print it out for a resume or for a demo, use real IPs so that the person interviewing you knows that you know what the numbers are supposed to mean. You should know what the private address ranges are. You should know what your routable address ranges are. And for more serious practitioners, they like to use some other tools that go beyond what Cisco likes to do. GNS3 for one is one that I've also been looking into. Now, how do you join the Alleycat cybersecurity team? Well, there was supposed to be a dog right there. You want to keep the dog or the threat actors whose picture don't show up out of your litter box. So you can contact me at most things that are at CatGPT. LinkedIn is at CatGPT. YouTube is at CatGPT, although it's a little long there. And Twitch is at CatGPT. And I lastly want to thank some of the cat's pajamas. Dr. Gerald Ozier, what he's done here is almost guaranteed that it's going to change people's lives. Miss Kimberly can fix it. I couldn't have done any of this without her. She walked me through Canva and creating these slides to begin with. SurfDog for what's almost certainly going to be the token I use to represent myself and CatGPT forever. It's been fantastic. My Cincy State professors, my mentor, all of your speakers today, everybody in the Simply Cyber community, you, Mr. McQuiggan, and of course Cisco for providing the tool and some of the screenshots that I used. Everything else was provided either by Canva or purchased by myself when I was a Twitch streamer.
That is awesome. Great information. I mean, I know, it's funny when I think back to my days as a network engineer, which was 20 years, no, 15 to 18 years ago, I was doing network configurations, working with Cisco's PIX firewalls. That was the first Cisco device I got to do a config on back in the day, and then working with switches, VLANs, doing all of that. And for me, I had to do it in with the actual equipment. I had to, take the configs and upload them and then try them out and tested it and see what would work. Part of me is like, if I had Packet Tracer, I could have been doing it from home. It would have been a lot easier. No, I pretty well was in a workshop lab environment doing my Cisco configs. A lot of fun memories in that lab environment working, because I got to call it work while everybody else was doing whatever. But Packet Tracer, if I had that back then, that would have made my life easier. And it is a great way to be able to test configs and see that kind of thing. So getting the love coming in from Chuck, getting the love coming in from Space Tacos, meow, ChatGPT
for life.
Also coming in from Jenny Housley, who, by the way, is going to be handling our CTF later on this evening.
I know. I'm excited.
Looking forward to that.
I consider Packet Tracer, coming from the automation field and building panels and engineering, I consider Packet Tracer the networking version of measure twice, cut once.
Yes, exactly. Gives you the opportunity to try it and test it and make sure everything works. Somebody made a comment early on. If you are a Linux user, it may give you a couple problems after the install, but there's a lot of helpful sites. Google is your friend, and maybe even ChatGPT concerning your Cat GPT that may help you with that as well.
I am no shy away from ChatGPT, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, no, it makes life a lot easier overall, and real excited that you were sharing that information for us. So, James, Kat, it was a pleasure to see you virtually. Hopefully, one day we'll see you in real life somewhere.
That would be a dream come true.
That'll, and it was interesting because at Wild West Hackin' Fest and the folks got together for the Simply Cyber community meetup that we did. Somebody made the comment that I think a lot of us think about, and that's the fact that we look forward to the day when Simply CyberCon is in person, and it'll happen. I think it'll get there one day. It's just a matter of certain other things happening, but we're growing as a community. This is an awesome community, and proud to have you a part of it.
Take my money.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Where am I signing up, James? Where am I signing up, Jerry? Because Jerry knows I'll be there for him as well. So cool. All right. Well, James, again, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Love the little cat sneak-ins there for you with regards to your presentation. That looked really great. And thanks again for sharing the information coming in from Jonathan. So enjoy the rest of the conference from the other side there, James, and we'll see you soon.
Absolutely. Bye.
All right. Cool. Well, for our next presenter that we have here today, I'm real excited on who that's going to be. Let's bring them up on stage right now. Oh, wait, that would be me. Yeah. So this is the surprise part of the broadcast here today. I'm going to, we had somebody that unfortunately couldn't present during this time slot. And then it said, all right, James, you can either stretch, you can banter, you can tell dad jokes, you could do whatever you want. So I think I'll drop one. I think we'll start off with, I will start sharing my desktop here. So let's see if we can get the right screen window. That, let's see. No, entire screen. I want to do this one, and we will share this. And then hopefully I will go into this and, oh, I got it. Nope, not that one. Where's my screen? It's not the one I wanted to share. All right. Here's the joys of doing all the technical stuff. Is it? Oh, that one. There we go. That's better. And then it'll kick me to the little corner. There we go. Cool. So I got my slide here. So kicking this off for the next 8 minutes or so, or 8 to 10 minutes. Just curious if anybody knows, but when a SQL statement walked into a bar, he saw 2 tables and he walked up to them and said, "May I join you?" So there you go. All right. So I do want to share with everybody really quick the Simply CyberCon CTF information that we have. It is going to be hosted on Haiku Pro. It's going to be at 5 o'clock after tonight's, after we get done here today with Simply CyberCon. You can sign up or sign in if you've already got an app, but it's a free account. You can sign up at app.haikupro.com. If you haven't got an account, like I said, you can definitely go ahead and get one of those created. The range is called Flaming Donkey. That's not my name. That was one that that was created. Jenny Housley's done an awesome job. I know she's put a lot of time and effort with that. It is going to start at 5 o'clock today, so definitely go check that out. I know I'm going to be going to try it out. I'll play around with it a little bit. I got to teach tonight at 6, so I've got to prep for class as I get my students. So, well, what I want to do in kind of, as I thought, okay, what can I share with everybody? This is out of my AI presentation. This is like an hour-long presentation, and I've only got about 10 minutes to do it. So we're going to go through it really, really, really quick. No, I'm kidding. What I'm going to do, or what I want to do for you, is kind of go through and share with you some of the demos that I do, because I figured that would be fun to do. You know, we saw ChatGPT already have some fun with the issue of live demos. So I'm going to, you know, hopefully not anger the gods too much and go through and do some live demos that I have regarding AI out of my presentation. I'm just going through the slides here real quick. We talk about deepfakes, Tom Hanks, we do the mobile, we do the vishing, and then we get over to this one. So how long will the range be open? That's a good question, Jenny R. I know Jenny Housley sitting in our chat here on track 2. So I'll let her drop in that response on how long that's going to be. But one of the things I want to share with you, and this is going to be fun because I haven't technically checked it, but one of the things that I like to demonstrate with the application comes from a program called Descript. And Descript is a transcribing tool that is used for taking audio from a podcast, converting it into text. Well, one of the cool things that it also does is I can do what's called overdubbing. And I've given it up for I provided a sample of my audio, and I'm able to actually type in words, and then it will generate the message for me. So let's see how this works. So I'm going to type in hello there and welcome to Simply CyberCon track 2, the best one in the conference. No, I'm just kidding. All right, now here's the cool thing. I've already got myself set up in here, and I'm going to go ahead and save that in there, and it's going to start generating that. 24 hours is how long the CTF is going to remain open. So let's see if we can get this up here. So I'm going to crank up the volume. Hopefully this will come through. You'll all be able to hear it in the microphone. Let's see if it plays. But hello there and welcome to Simply CyberCon track 2, the best one in the conference. No, I'm just kidding. I'm hoping that came through. It's one thing I'm not able to tell is if you're able to hear it properly enough. But essentially what it did is it already had samples of my voice, and I typed in what I wanted to do, and almost immediately it came back with the audio of my voice that was played, which kind of makes it interesting, but it also kind of shows us what cyber criminals can be doing with, you heard it faintly. Yeah. Cause I had this speaker. So sorry about that. But essentially I could sit here if I had somebody's voice and start generating sentences, have a conversation with somebody and be typing in what I wanted to say. There might be a bit of a delay overall, but depending on how you can cover for that in a social engineering aspect, you know, that a cyber criminal could certainly leverage that. And 11 Labs is another environment. Descript is another environment as well that would allow you to generate those voices. And we've seen already a lot of cyber attacks, a lot of social engineering going on with cyber criminals using deepfake audio to the tune of about $2.7 billion a year. So it's pretty crazy overall what they're doing with that. So let me go back to the presentation and kick this back into presentation mode. Got a couple of minutes left. You know, we've already heard about deepfakes and phishing with regards to Elon and showing up in videos. And and if you caught Chuck's presentation this morning, it was, you know, right after my own heart. We are seeing, you know, deepfakes can be created in real time. We've seen it with motion captures in movies. And the percentage down the side, I apologize, it's a bit of an eye chart, but the percentages down the side relate to its accuracy, how well it's looking and how real it's looking. And they're getting to the point where they're doing this in real time. The kicker is, and this was a question I asked Chuck, if you caught it this morning, was the fact that how quick can we detect that if it's a fake or not? And unfortunately, that's the downfall right now in technology, is we're not able to see it in real time. It's taking several hours, or it takes a particular amount of time for it to be able to generate that overall. And it is requiring some type of manual labor. We're getting false positives. So, and that's one of the things that came out of the executive order from the Biden administration, is wanting more technology, wanting more ways to being able to detect these, because with those elections coming up next year, holy cow, we're in for some fun. And of course, with regards to phishing emails, we're seeing a lot of different ways that these are being created. And it's not that hard. You can prompt engineer your way through it with regards to Claude, Bart, and ChatGPT. But one of the things that we did at KnowBe4, and I'm not sure if you caught my talk at Wild West Hackin' Fest or at B-Sides Charleston last weekend, I demoed this as well. But we did a ChatGPT phishing template generator where we created it to be able to email folks. And this is the tool right here. I've got who the sender is. I've got it set up where it's going to Kevin Hackman, who's our director of engineering at KnowBe4, and I'm the manager. We'll just play that off. But what we did is we've put down here in the bottom what information they should provide and why. And so we're asking them for their social security number and able to comply with our new HR requirements. I'm going to go ahead and click start on the attack. And what I've got over here is I've got Kevin Hackman's email address that's set up. Yeah, definitely BSEC with regards to automate. We know that cyber criminals are leveraging that. And oh, look, we got ourselves an email right here. And let me see if I can blow this up just a bit. There we go. Make it a little easier for everybody to read. So urgent request, compliance with the new HR requirements. Hi, Kevin. Hope the email finds you well, and blah, blah, blah. It goes on and on. Very nice, verbose email. Hey, we're looking where we want your social security number. So, you know, and then it replies, James from Quicken CEO. Well, if we get this, we know there's no links in here, but we've had our security awareness training and we're like, yeah, no, I don't think this email is real. Oh, thank you for the smart compose here. This looks like a phishing. Oh, look, there we go. It auto completes it for us. So we're going to send that back in. Now, here's the interesting thing with regards to our little tool that we created that linked in with ChatGPT and that cyber criminals could be doing as well. If you've replied back to it, we're now going to have a conversation. It's now going to come back to us here in just a sec with letting us know, but having that conversation as well between us and the cyber criminals, because if we think it's legit or we don't think it's legit and we reply back, it's going to reply back for us, because a lot of times we may think, nope, it's not true or not. But thank you for your response and expressing your concerns. I understand your hesitation and skepticism. I apologize for any confusion to alleviate any concerns. So a lot of key action words here and there. Please rest assured, you know, so they're working through, you know, to try and get you to offer up this information. So we're going to reply back and go, okay, I understand. And I can type, I understand. My social is 123973456. Thank you. Thanks. Kevin. All right. So now I'm going to send that back. Now, here's the funny thing about our little tool, and this is what cracks me up. Let's say you gave up. Yeah, most unrealistic part is the immediate 5-paragraph reply. I completely agree, Jonathan. So now that I've replied back, the funny thing about this whole communication is the fact that it's now going to come back with a response and probably let me know. Oh, here we go. Hi, Kevin. Thanks for your understanding. Providing your social security number. It's important for us to maintain accurate and up-to-date records. I apologize for any confusion. I want to clarify, we only accept the submission of sensitive information via email. The measures in place to ensure the security and privacy. So it kind of tried to tell me off for sending in my social security number, even though I shouldn't. So kind of funny there overall, but just a fun example of how cyber criminals are probably going to be leveraging these different types of different attacks that are out there. Finally, I will leave you with this. Not sure if anybody knows, but what the difference between a vegan and a computer programmer is. Well, the vegan is disgusted by a rack of lamb, and the computer programmer is disgusted by a lack of RAM. So there you go. I will leave it on that end with that dad note overall. Stop sharing, come back to me. So hopefully a little entertainment for you. But coming up now, one of the things I'm real excited about is that we've got someone who's going to be joining us talking about another great case study, another adventure, cybersecurity adventure, so to speak, as they work their way up from a SOC analyst up to a CISO. So I'm real excited that I'm going to bring John Hoyt up here. John, welcome. Oh, let me fix this layout here. There we go. Much better. How you doing today, John?
I'm good. How are you? It's good to be here.
You know, great to have you. And as I always like to say, it's another day in paradise. And I know you're going to be sharing with us your adventure, your story as you went from SOC analyst to CISO. So I'll let you go ahead and share your desktop, and we'll while you do that, I'm just going to throw up this fun comment. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Carrie, on the sharing of the dad jokes. Always my pleasure. So we've got John's. Oh, I love this. This looks like something generated from one of those fun little generative AI programs. So, John, take it away. It's all yours, sir.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. So I did use DALL-E 3 to create these. So the spelling is a little bit kindergartner on some of it, but it's getting better, which is good. And if you ever seen those choose your own adventure novels, if you ever had those back in the day, that's the theme behind this. And from the SOC analyst to CISO, and just a little bit about me. This is a real illustration of me at work. No, just kidding. But I am the CISO for Clemson University. I've been working in cybersecurity since 2007. I've been in IT since pre-Y2K, so I'm old, like 1999, 98. But I've had many different paths in security and in IT. I went through the analyst role, the engineer role, architect, some compliance, and we'll talk about more, but been through a lot of different roles and up to a CISO. And wanted to share some questions with you. Why would, if you wanted to be a CISO, why do you want to be a CISO? As a CISO, well, before I was a CISO, I really didn't want to be a CISO because I thought a CISO is mostly going to meetings. They're dealing with politics. They're dealing with a lot of problems. There's a lot of stress, but I really didn't know what a CISO did. And you may hear people talk about, yeah, that's a goal for them. But the question I would have is why? Why is that your goal? And do you know what the job of a CISO entails and the day-to-day activities? And we'll talk more about what that looks like. But a good example could be is go look at a job description for a CISO and look at the breakdown of the day-to-day activities, what they're asking of you, what your responsibilities are. And it might give you some idea, not a complete picture, but some idea of what they're asking that CISO to be able to do. And I do believe, and although I did watch John Strand's keynote this morning, a SOC analyst position, I think it is a good start. When I started in security, there wasn't really an entry level either in security. You pretty much went up through a couple of different paths. It could be networking, it could be system administration, it could be development. And then maybe if you know the right people and network with the right people, it's about who you know. Then you might be able to get a chance to get a position in security. And that's what happened to me. I was a system administrator / do everything IT person, a little bit of development, a little bit of networking. And I knew somebody at the university that had just started up the security program, and they knew I was interested in security and went that way and interviewed, and it worked out great for my first real security position. But at the university, we have a student-run SOC, and students that are going to either in computer science majors or other majors, they work with us and they get that hands-on experience. And that's a key part of it, is trying to get some, right? You can't get experience until you have experience. But I do believe if you can get your foot in the door in a SOC analyst position, even though it may be tough and it may suck, it can still be fun. And that was my experience too. And I would say, what is your goals whenever you're in these positions and you're looking at your path to be a CISO or move up in any way? What are the things you want to make sure you're covering? You want to make sure you're not just focusing on technical, that you are focusing on those soft skills. So even at a SOC analyst position, that could be writing write-ups for incidents. It could be doing a presentation for an incident. It could be, you do get the chance potentially to work as a customer service and use those people skills to communicate with the front line. You're talking to individual users that have had an incident, and working on those skills is very important all the way up, all the way through your path, in my opinion. At some point, you're probably going to run into a branch, a fork in the road to GRC or technical, compliance. And what I would recommend is, if you do have aspirations to be a CISO, is in all the way through your path, look for ways to combine both. If you decide to go full GRC, try to combine as much as you can technical and the security, incident response, and the architecture. And that could be as simple as sitting in during an incident, right? Maybe you're not the one doing the investigation, but you're sitting in so you can understand what the SOC is dealing with, so that you're informing both sides. I think what I see a lot of people do is they kind of pick the branch, they pick the path, and that's mainly what they focus on. For me, I was technical. That's the path I took. But I wish now, looking back, I had done more compliance along the way. Now I do that a lot. I do both still, but I do a lot more compliance, of course, than I used to. But, I wish I had done more along my path, and that's what I would recommend too. Just finding ways, if you're the technical person, try to get involved with, what are the compliance requirements, understanding them. Don't just be, well, that's the GRC folks, I don't have to worry about it. Because really, at a CISO level, you need to understand both. So a first leadership position, it could be a SOC manager. It could be maybe you're a leader for a GRC team. And as a SOC manager, this was my first leadership position ever, really. I had some interns previous to this, but we had a SOC. We officially built a SOC. And for me, all I had was 5 or 6 students that worked for me. But I took it seriously. I wanted to make sure that, I was being a good leader, being a good manager, and was really excited. And it actually was one of the best positions I had as a SOC manager, working with students. And I think some of the things that I thought about in my first leadership role is, one of the things I learned is that leadership is a skill. And you actually can shore up weaknesses in leadership, and you can focus on that even at the entry level. What are the things? Some of those things I've already talked about, the soft skills, working on the leadership of, some of the things that pop up are, well, are you born a leader, or can you become a leader? In my opinion, you can become a leader. One book that I came across is called Extreme Ownership, that really changed my perspective on what does it take? What does it mean to be a leader? And one of the first things that it talks about is being humble. And you think a lot of people, and this comes back to why you want to be a CISO, the people that normally want to be CISO or want to be the top person in the organization for security, there's usually a reason why they want to be that, right? They get a little bit of an ego. They're not necessarily the most humble. And that was my experience too throughout my career with leadership. They weren't always the most humble, and they were normally looking out for themselves. And one of the things that I really learned a lot from that first experience was, just being the leader that you would want to have, and also taking care of your people, right? John talked about how the stress and how people get burned out, and there's so much asked of you in an entry-level position. Well, if you as a leader, your goal and your objective, one of the primary ones, is to take care of your people and help them through those things, but also help them knock down barriers. If there's things they need, training, if there's things that they're trying to, they need additional tools, you're the one that's fighting the fight for them. and then you're giving them the credit when they're doing a good job. When things suck, you're taking the blame. You're taking ownership. And that to me was a big paradigm shift of what leadership was, or what I had seen at least. And that's what I've tried to continue to do throughout my career. But I think in that role, it is a good first leadership opportunity as a SOC manager. So I have this phrase, ABN, always be networking. And I think we've heard it over and over again throughout this conference. And it is true in my experience, and I think most people's experiences. And I would highly recommend conferences like this, other conferences, especially in-person conferences, that you potentially volunteer. Get out there and volunteer your time and look for opportunities to meet people. I've met so many people just by volunteering and working in those conferences and getting to know others. If you see the guy in the black hoodie, I didn't tell DALL-E 3 ChatGPT to create this ominous figure, but that's the vendors. You just stay away from those guys. They're trouble. So as you progress, I think a good stepping stone is a deputy CISO role. That's something that I had in my experience as a director of operations and engineering, and then a deputy CISO role, because you're there to, you're the next person in line. When the CISO finally gets a vacation and they get to go take a break, your job is to make sure that you don't have to call the CISO, right? That you can handle things. You're the point person. You're potentially probably already over an area, either GRC or security and operations and engineering and operations. And you just your goal is to make the CISO look good, right? You want to make them look good, and that should be kind of your goal throughout. But you also want to be seen as somebody that can get stuff done throughout as well, right? You want to be seen as somebody that's reliable, that they look at you and they know that they give you a task, you're going to get it done. And I think it's great, because when the CISO does get to go on vacation, you don't want incidents to happen, but sometimes that's the best time to get the exposure of a stepping into the CISO role, because you're talking to executive leadership about a problem. You're having to step into those shoes and really step up. And I think that's why it's a good stepping stone. And then finally, you get the CISO position, right? And it's not just given to you. You're going to have to earn it. And I put on the left over here, the CISO, he's surfing this giant wave. And that is true, because as a CISO, there's waves that are always coming, right? There's things that are going to happen. There's incidents. There's a new vulnerability. There's a new compliance requirement. There's always some new wave. And so I just say, hey, I just try to get good at surfing, right? Surfing those waves. And when there's a lull and the water is calm, that's when you work with your team to train, to prepare for the next wave, because the next wave is going to come, as we know in cybersecurity. So you don't get complacent. You put your time in and get your team and help your team prepare for that next event or the next incident or the next whatever. And that's you're seen as the person that can help lead the team. You are making decisions as a CISO. That's a big part of your job, is being able to make a decision. But one thing that I learned from a friend of mine along the path is be Yoda, not Luke, right? Through my career, I was kind of like, well, security person, you're Yoda, you're trying to save the day, and say no and stop these things. But really, throughout, if you're Yoda, you're recommending, right? Hey, based off the impact, the risk, the likelihood of this, I would highly recommend we do this. And then it's a business decision to decide what we do. And if the business decides not to do that, then you're okay with it. You've done your job. You've informed them. And also as a CISO, you are that translator. You're communicating the technical jargon, the problems over to leadership, and you need to be able to speak the language that leadership speaks, and the business language. So that's a big part of it. So backtracking through the path, look for ways that you can work on that now, throughout your career, and not wait until you get to the position and now you have to figure it out. So that's it from the presentation. I'm not sure how to get back to not sharing my screen.
Oh
so
no, I can disable that there for you. There we go.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Well, great information. I really do appreciate you sharing the story. I think I saw more comments in the chat based on where can we get a copy of the book? Is somebody going to print this? I said I'll take an autograph copy. But yeah, no, definitely some fun comments that we had pop up. Stay away from the vendors. Love it. Sounds like one of my favorite sports coaches over the year. Love the skills crossover. Yeah, and that's definitely the case as well. I know for me personally, after seeing the book and everything else, I'd be curious to see your prompts that you used on DALL-E.
They're huge. They're like they're this
oh, really?
big. Yeah,
Very
but with ChatGPT compared to Midjourney, it
Right.
helps you a lot, right? It helps you a ton. So you can get something going, and then you can just start building on it.
It builds on. It allows
Yeah.
for that conversation to happen overall. Yeah. When I was a GM in the restaurant industry, I always felt my job was to train my managers to be able to do my job and then get them promoted. Exactly.
Absolutely.
That's exactly it. Definitely agree there over as well. So cool. Well, again, John, thank you very much for the great information. Real excited that we had you a part of it today. And hopefully you'll stick around. We got one more session left to go. And then maybe stick around for some Hack CTF, or it's back to the grind for you. So
Yeah, thank you.
thank you very
My pleasure.
much. And have yourself a great day.
All right, you too.
Thanks. Very good. Cool. Well, I can't believe it. We are coming to the end of our track here. We got one more session. Certainly, last but certainly not least, real excited with regards to this next talk. And we're going to be, the topic is securing the border. So real excited that we've got David Moses Klein with us. So I'm going to bring David on up here. Nope, that's Mr. Eric Taylor sitting there for us. Hi, Eric. How you doing?
What's going on? I'm in the background holding the fort down.
You are. You've been helping me out today behind the scenes. One of the awesome people out there. So give the love up, everybody, here in track 2 to Mr. Eric Taylor as we wait for our next guest. I had seen in the lower on the screen, folks don't get to see it, but I was like, oh, there was a person waiting backstage, and I just brought them up and realized, oh no, that's our awesome support that we've been getting from Eric, helping us out all day today. So hopefully we'll be getting David showing up here soon, because I know we're going to be doing something a little bit different with David here today because of we're going to have his presentation. Oh, I think we've got him now. He just showed up there in the green room. So Eric, thank you very much for your support today. You are certainly one of the people behind the scenes and in front of the camera as well. And he kicked himself out. You got to love it when they do that for you. So, all right, with further ado, I'm real excited. We're going to go ahead and bring up David here right now. Bring him up on stage.
Exit NVDA. You're in the OK button.
There we go. How are we doing, David?
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm going to go ahead.
Okay, just a question. You have my presentation?
I do. And just a sec.
Thank you very much.
Got a weird echo coming in there too.
From my side?
Could be. So
I'm
going to stop talking here in a minute, so it's not going to be a big deal.
Okay.
So you're just going to let me know.
So here's what I'd like to do. I'm sorry. The name is John, right?
I'm James.
James. I'm sorry, James. A pleasure. First of all, it's a pleasure to meet you.
You too.
It's really great to meet you. Let me just say to my buddy over here, stay on the line, please. Okay. So what I'd like to do is speak like a minute or two introduction, and then you'll take over, bring up the slides, and you can go ahead and put that on full screen, please. Okay. Does that work?
Yep. Just get you set up here.
Well, are we live right now, or this is the background?
Nope. You're live. You're good to go.
Oh, we're live. Okay. My friends, Simply CyberConf, good afternoon. My name is Moses David Klein. I'd like to thank Dr. Ogier and all the moderators for making this happen. A little bit about me. I have 20 plus years in the field. I am coming from the background of running data centers, network operation centers, and their security. So what we're going to discuss here is basically mostly about what I call securing the border. So when we come on and connect to our ISP internet service provider, we want that device to be as secure as possible because, as Dr. Oja says, we're not in cybersecurity. We are in business continuity and resilience. So if we're working from home, as a lot of us are, we need that device to function, to work, and not get hacked. So, James, we can go to the next slide, please. You just follow along with me. Thank you. So me, myself, there was a very point that resonated with me in John Strand's introduction about how rough it is and there's no entry level to cybersecurity. But as somebody that's worked a lot of blue collar jobs, it's nice to be in an office. You got coffee, you got cold water, you got air conditioning. So let's pick the best of the worst. And a lot of us have an immense passion for what we do. So let's go about talking about securing your home router first. James, that would be the slide on introduction, please. Then we're going to talk a little bit about SMB, small medium business, and if time permitting, we're going to go and hit on just a drop about BGP, Border Gateway Protocol, which is how the whole internet communicates. But you may be in a situation where your company is running BGP, and I just want to point out some critical stuff there. So let's move on to our base point and your home router. James, can you get me on the right slide? It'll be slide 5, please. Okay, so we get the home router. Either you have purchased it yourself, or it's been provided by your ISP, be that Verizon, AT&T, etc., pick your poison. So the first thing we want to do is when that technician arrives and puts it in, we want to connect to it, make sure that we can get in there with administrative privileges. Now, once we're in and we have connectivity, numero uno is to upgrade the firmware. You might be running something that's been sitting on the shelf for a while, and we want to make sure that you're running the latest and the greatest, and it does not have any open CVEs or other problems, as we often listen to on the podcast. The next point. Okay, you're in, you've upgraded firmware. Hopefully, we haven't bricked the device. The next thing we're going to do is change the login. Most companies will have some type of default login. Maybe the technician was nice enough to ask you what you want. We don't need him to know what you want. So let's go with a unique username and something hard to crack. Let's remember the rule of, well, we want to go to passphrases, but let's keep it at least 12 letters. And you probably want to put that down someplace safe so you can go back and recollect that. Okay, so we've secured that. Next point. We are going to go and look at remote access. Remote access. So in remote access, that's a nice feature if someone needs to come in and help you out. We don't want that turned on. We do not want, because that is very vulnerable point. Somebody can come in there and really mess up your router. Things that could be done, just let your imagination go. Let's say they change your DNS to something awkward, and they could just send your traffic through them, especially if they put up a proxy server. So let's turn that off. Let's turn on the firewall. The firewall is crucial. Let's recollect. I'm speaking to our beginner friends here. The firewall allows us to go out to any place and prevents anybody from the outside coming back in. We need that feature on. And actually, a lot of routers today, they will not allow you even to turn it off. Interesting. Go to the Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi is something that we really have to look at here. We don't want to go with defaults. So first of all, your SSID. SSID is what we see when it says connect to and it has some name. Let's say you're in Starbucks. It will say Starbucks. Technically, that's an SSID. Change that to something not the Parker family. For example, anybody Parker on this line, please forgive me. You want to put that as something you know, but other people will make it a little bit harder for them to figure out who this is, especially if you're in an apartment building. Moving on, once we have our changed SSID, we want to go and enable WPA3. WPA3 is the way your device connects to your hotspot, to your router, the access point. And WPA3 is the latest and the greatest, but we might have an issue here. If you have older devices, they may not talk WPA3. So we can downgrade to WPA2, worst case, but we really don't want to go lower than that. WEP, which used to be our standard many, many moons ago, has been proven to be broken and useless. Okay, so we changed SSIDs. We've enabled WPA3 or WPA2, depending on your circumstances. Let's move on. Now we have an issue of guest access. Just like when somebody comes into our office or our home, we offer them a cup of coffee or something stronger. We also, it's accepted today that people want to use your internet. We don't want to give out our internal internet that has all of our devices connected to it. Let's remember, once a device gets the password and enters it, it is stored there. Actually, I actually go once in a while, go through my devices that I travel with and actually clear those out. But that's a whole talk on its own, beyond the scope of this conversation. So we don't want guests having our internal information. Unfortunately, some people could be frenemies and turn into enemies. They don't need to park outside your house and see what's going on. So we need a guest. Now, a lot of routers will come with that built-in guest network. You put them on a separate SSID. You can call it guests or something else. I wouldn't call it guests. Use your imagination or use your illusions. Now, once we have, if your router device does not support SSID or guest SSID, it's maybe even worth it to go out and get just a cheap device, an access point, cheap router. It could be a dedicated access point in this case. I will point out a caveat though. If you're on the 2.4 gigahertz, you want to make sure they are on the right channels. We know that in 2.4 gigahertz, theoretically, we have 1 to 14. In the United States, it's a lower number for legality reasons, but we want to keep the rule of 1, 6, 12. And if you're in a bundle, 14. 1, 6, 12, that keeps the channels and the gigahertz a little bit enough away from each other so they don't interfere, which can cause, I'm sure all of us has been through this, a lot of problems. So let's remember that. So if you have to go out and get a separate device, make sure it's a separate channel. Moving on. James, you're with me on the right slide, right? Okay. Let's move to the next point.
Yeah, let me know when you want to move.
Sorry? Right. Well, another thing I'm going to talk with, because James, I'm going more or less through the list. You can just move the slides as you understand. Thank you I really appreciate your help here on this. We have something called port forwarding. Port forwarding is used when we want to allow something from the outside to come into a network. The worst case scenario is when somebody wants to get to their computer. So they'll take TCP port 3389 and tell the router, hey, if it comes in my legal address, public address, forwarded to internal address 10.10.10.10, port 3389. Now, our good friend Eric Taylor has a great acronym for RDP, which is Remote Desktop Protocol, which he loves to call Ransomware Deployment Protocol. So people, let's stay away from that port forwarding as much as we can. If you have a device that supports a VPN into your device. Okay, which we have enterprise VPNs, and we have the ones like example Nord, or the other ones that are used for other reasons, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But if your device supports it, come in over a VPN. Port forwarding is dangerous. If you need to provide services, consider getting a device that has a DMZ, which is a word taken from the Korean and Vietnam War, demilitarized zone. Basically means a separate zone, which is not internal, where you can place your devices that need to talk to the world, but you're only going to open up specific things to that. But at least it gives you another layer of security, and that is the way to go. And I'm going to keep this short. And those who understand DMZ know where I'm going with this. Right. Next page, please. So let's talk about ICMP for a second. So when we ping a device, that is using normally we can ping on UDP for you Linux diehards, which I'm also a fan, but normally it runs an ICMP. So the ping is using the ICMP protocol, Internet Control Management Protocol. Well, I can't believe I remembered that one. Okay. And it's specifically using something called echo response. If you turn that off, you're doing great, because you're basically it is a point of security through obscurity. You won't be able to be seen. And the first thing any hacker is going to do is going to try to, ping you and see if you're alive. Now, there's a downside to this. If, let's say, you go on vacation, or you go on a business trip, and you want to have, let's say, you have IP cameras at home that are running wirelessly, or even wired, and you're not getting to your cameras, which happens to all of us. Ping could be the way to see that your IP is actually up, and you are connected to the internet, or if you have a problem with your ISP. So I give you the pro, I give you the con. It's really up to you to make that decision. The same applies if you travel. If you travel, you might want to turn off your wireless. So this way, a hacker doesn't have time to go and use aircrack NG and try to get into your network. On the other hand, again, I'll give the example of the cameras. You may want to keep that on. You may want to make sure your system is alive. And if you're having an issue getting to your cameras, that's your decision. Again, as Dr. Oja always reminds us, we have usability, we have security. We can take a computer, lock it up, throw it into a vault, but we can't use it. And that's very secure, though. So everybody has to find their line. And this is something I always have to talk to when I go into a business and to secure them. How far is your security? How far is the usability? Where are we going to find that sweet spot? And what are we going to take on as risk? Okay, one more hint over here. This is privacy, actually, not security. Usually your router is going to come with the default of your ISP's DNS. As we all know, all our information is being repackaged and sold. So they take DNS, they see what you want to go to. Quick point over here, DNS translates to an IP address of where to go to. I prefer to use right now, I'm not shouting out to them, it's just I use them, what's called Quad 9. They claim not to sell the information, and it's very simple. You change your DNS, 9.9.9.9. Again, look it up on Google, Quad 9. Okay, next topic. Okay, I want to clarify something here. People think they go to private browsing, even though there's the warning thing. Private browsing is good if you're at somebody else's computer and you want to check your Gmail. It won't keep the cookies. That's nice. It won't keep the settings. But your ISP will see where you're going. And the other side, where you're going to, will get your real IP address. That's where we come in and use a commercial VPN That could be Nord, that could be VPN Express. I am not pro, con, any other company. That's up to you. I'm not being sponsored. But just do your research before you invest. The VPN will take you through a tunnel. And first of all, it's going to be encrypted. Your ISP has no idea where you went to. And the receiving side has no idea who you are. Well, unless you type in username, password in your credit card, that's a different ballgame. But something to think about. The normal use of VPNs is, let's say you're traveling to a different country and you have your specific Netflix you want to watch, let's say United States. You take your VPN, you turn it on, you click United States, boom, and you get all the channels you want to see here. Our point in this discussion is understanding what private browsing will do for you and will not, versus what a VPN will do for you. One warning about VPNs, the famous hacker group Anonymous, many of them got caught because they were using a certain VPN, which I will not mention, and they put it on big letters. We do not log what you are doing. A certain European country got very angry with Anonymous, went to the VPN provider and said to them, give us your logs. Guess what they did? They gave them the logs. They actually were logging everything and everybody. You're coming from this address and going to that address. So, do your homework. Let's move on. Amen. Last point over here is, okay, you've done all these steps. You've secured to the best of everything, whatever we've spoken about, and there's other things to speak about. I'm sorry I can't cover everything within the time frame, but I hope I'm provoking thought here for all you folks to go out and to contemplate, how you want to secure yourself. But we need confirmation. So what we want to do, excuse me, my throat is drying up. What we want to do is go either to one of the websites, there are many easily Googleable, that will actually do a scan on your machine locally. I find them to be, unless you pay for them, quite limited. My personal preference is simply take your cell phone, turn on the hotspot, connect your computer with the Nmap program, for example, or any other, whatever your favorite is, and just take your IP address, the legal one, the outside one, scan yourself, look over where you're going. And from that point, you'll be able to see what the world sees of you, and hopefully they see nothing. And that will make you in a much secure position. James, how are we doing on time?
We are actually at time right now. We're providing a lot of great information for us and really appreciate it. So we're coming to the end of track 2. So what I want to do is bring on Eric. Yep, there you are, buddy.
I'll be followed by Eric.
What honor that we might have from folks out in the audience. But David, we want to thank you for your time and your information here today. And we'll go ahead and send you back on over to the other side and enjoy the rest and the rest of the conference over on track 1 that we've got with Jerry.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the audience.
Thanks.
God bless.
All righty. So, any quick Q&A questions for anybody that's out there?
Do the Q colon and drop it in. James and I always kind of shot the trash on Discord and everything like that before, but finally I actually see you sort of face to face, even though you were in town and I didn't even know about it. It was crazy. It's
back in for Charleston.
Yeah. I make the joke all the time that Jerry lives like 20-30 minutes away roughly, not to sentiment too much, but we still haven't met.
That's great. I mean, it's weird. You can be 10 minutes away from somebody or half an hour from somebody and you still never meet. And I've got friends like that here in town that I, have got that I don't get to meet. Oh, there it is. Here I am. Sorry, I've been stalling while I get the link, and let me just drop it in here. If any folks have any questions or anything, the talk just got barricaded. There you go. I like that one. Coming in. Definitely coming in from there. Perfectly timed. Eric Taylor himself. Thank you very much, Moses. Appreciate that. I I just want to say thank you to Jerry, to this community. It's been fantastic today. I remember waking up this morning a little nervous, kind of wondering how this was going to go today, but this was a lot of fun. I had a blast on this side, collaborating and meeting with so many folks overall. And it's always a pleasure to chat with you and work with you, Eric.
Absolutely. I greatly appreciate it. It's always great to hear some of the stories you're talking about when you're traveling around and helping organizations try to, increase their cybersecurity. So the one thing I want to talk about, I want to get on my soapbox if we can for a second. Now that we're out of cybersecurity month, the marketing thing of the world, what is y'all's idea of what CISA keeps putting out for the cybersecurity month? Right. I think I talked about this a little bit a couple of weeks ago back when I was guest hosting for the morning podcast. But what is everybody's thoughts on that? The amazing the ability for CISA to keep putting out the same ideas every single year. Hey, these are the 4 things, and that's kind of what I want you to think back the excellent freaking keynote that John Strand dropped. Right. I mean, everybody knows him. Everybody loves him. When you have people like me that will shut up and listen to what he has to say, there was definitely a lot of stuff that was in there that was really, really good. Take a lot of this stuff that you are seeing adopted into your day-to-day operations and try to get more secure going into 2024 than you are in 2023. And James, you're not running away. This is not me just going on a soapbox right now, buddy. I'm prompting you. See, I have admin rights too.
You said you were getting on a soapbox. I'm like, well, in that case, I'm just going to step back, let Eric be on his box.
No.
I've been on the box all day, but
no, I want your ideas because this is something that irks me to no end. That again, we're not going to get very political, but you have the administration who puts out all of the executive orders that don't seem to really hold up to their own executive orders. They can keep kicking that can down the road. CISA putting out the same advisories year after year. I feel personally, and because I'm always dealing with post incidents, that we're not in a more secure world this year than even 2 or 3 years ago. And I think it's getting worse. What are your thoughts? I mean, you have a much different landscape than I do. What are you seeing? What are your thoughts?
Wow, we got deep real fast, real quick there. Okay,
you're welcome for me.
Remind me to talk to Jerry. No, you bring up, we are, it's funny you say that because this morning, I do a daily stand up with my coworkers at KnowBe4. And one of the topics that came up in the stand up was predictions. Mm-hmm. And one of the comments that somebody made says, hey, you got my predictions for this year? And they're like, yep. And they said, great, use them for next year and the year after and the year after and the year after, mm-hmm. because we're not seeing a lot of changes. I'm the optimist. I'm the one that likes to see the glass half full, but the glass better have bourbon in it because, that's what needs to be drunk. But yeah, we do see the same thing time and time again, over and over again. Every day, there's a new breach. Is it because we're not executing on the fundamentals that CISA is releasing the same stuff? Good point. Yeah, I mean, and a lot of that comes down to the boards, a lot of it, the board of directors, the executives, the people that are I know the CISOs that are out there. I know the cybersecurity professionals that are out there. We're not sitting there going, all right, let's just do the bare minimum and get by. They know that if they had the budget and the resources, they would get the resources to be able to secure the organization better. Or at least I would hope they do.
Would they?
Wouldn't they?
I don't think so because I've seen both sides because we were many years we were an MSP and we're an IT firm, and they're like, yeah, we just don't need that. We just don't have the budget for it. But it's amazing. Post incident, they have a freaking blank check to get the stuff up and running again. Mm-hmm. What I think a part of the problem is, and correct me if I'm wrong, my assumption is that the validation and justification of said initiative is not being properly portrayed to the C-suite. Therefore, they're not buying in. They're not seeing the real benefit of that issue. or solving that issue that you're putting on. It's not increasing the bottom line. It's not you're not explaining the benefit to reduction of downtime and things of that nature. And I think it's more of a communication than a money issue. Personally, you're shaking your head as an agreement.
Yeah, because I think a lot of it is, getting that communication to the board. When you're going through and you're looking to get budget because you want to have more resources, or you want to have extra secure email gateways, or you want to have up your Splunk license, insert item here. There is difficulty in trying to get technology understood at the board level. I've had conversations with CISOs of some large organizations that, the board, the C-suite don't understand technology well enough. We think they do, and we have those conversations. And unless we're talking to them about it at the risk level, the P&L, the damage to the organization, they have that larger risk appetite when it comes to, not implementing certain things. And like, okay, we haven't been hacked yet. No, it's not a matter of when, it's if. No, it's not a matter of if, it's when. It's going to happen if we don't have the necessary, things in place, and we're not having the culture, we're not having the technology and the people and the processes. And trying to have that conversation with upper management, if it's not happening and it's not happening properly, and you're not getting your message across, then you're going to struggle in being able to get the budgets overall. But here we go. BSEC coming in, you can shout for the mountains, but if they don't pay attention, they won't do anything until it happens. And we all know that, if you could drop 50 grand or 100 grand on the technology, the licenses, the services, and they don't want to do that, but then they get hit with a ransomware attack and they dish out millions of dollars and spend millions more recovering and downtime and damage to brand, reputation, and everything else. It's like, if you taken 10% of that at the beginning, this wouldn't have been a problem. And so we need more organizations, more boards to be able to understand that technology aspect overall. And actually, that's kind of the reason I bring that up, is it's actually something I'm working on for the end of this year in 2024, is looking to be able to get in front of those boards and have those conversations to explain the technology aspect, because I think that's where a lot of folks are missing that overall.
Yeah, the other part that I do think a lot of organizations are really failing at is full adoption of the platform and services that they're using. We've seen time and time again where they will buy a product that has 10 line items of implementation that they could do. They only do 3 or 4, but then they'll buy another tool to supplement that first tool that already had it. So a lot of folks don't understand, when you're increasing your tools and your agent counts, aka the software that you're running on your enterprise environment, you are thus increasing potential exposure and threat landscape to your environment. Are you seeing a lot of that as well in your consultations?
So I wish I did consultations. I think a lot of more what I do is I get in front of cybersecurity professionals, different organizations and users, with what I'm doing with regards to the day job of being a security awareness advocate at KnowBe4. And now a lot of that is going around and seeing what they're experiencing. And for me, a lot of it focuses on the human level, looking at, how organizations are still getting hit because you have somebody unfortunately clicking on a link. And even if you have the technology, even if you have all the security awareness training in place, you're still going to have that. You're reducing that risk to get it so that you can't have people gain access into an organization. But if it happens, then you need the technology and the processes to be able to deal with it, handle that due diligence, and deal with it on a regular basis. So that's what I see from my perspective is, how do we take care of the human aspect, those users, making sure they have the understanding and everything else.
When you're out there in the landscape, well, here we go. The other issues that we say that we would do, well, we can to secure the business, but I got to admit,
right.
but not guarantee 100%.
100%. Right.
Yeah. I mean, let's just, everybody knows me, I'm a little biblical, but man-made products will fail. If man made it, man can break it. Yep. The only perfect thing is God and, the almighty heaven. Right. So, all you can do is say, we're doing best effort, we're doing due diligence, but you can't do You can't just be like, oh, we put an EDR in, oh, we put in MFA, job's done. See you next year. As Dr. Gerald Oger says, yeah, we're going out for tacos, right? So, yeah, it's as much as I love the concept of a security onion, it's a little overkill for a lot of especially the SMB section or sector of the U.S. Right, so there is that spot where I've always been talking about, where security and business must meet in the middle somewhere, right? So we're doing due diligence to try to prevent these things. Granted, not everything's 100%. If I fully believe you just, for the most part, you just need to be more secure than the folks who were down the street from you, if you will, aka the next IP subnet range on the internet. So, but if somebody really, really wants to get in, they're going to get in. But at that point, you're more of a targeted vector than just a drive-by ransomware attack.
Yeah. Can't argue with you on that one there. The other issue, hang on, we've already covered that one. Okay. Oh, there we go. Hang on. Here we go. Where is it? There it is. There's BSAC soapbox. And of course somebody goes, is that tissue boxes? Ha, nice. Love that.
I do. Hold on. Since it was brought up, I do.
Oh, what have you got?
I got a tissue box.
You got a tissue box.
So I said, cry me a river.
Cry me a river so I can go fishing. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm just curious, Eric. Do you know why chicken coops only have 2 doors? Because if they had 4, they'd be a chicken sedan. And now he cries. See, there you go.
I was not expecting that at all. Oh my gosh. I was not expecting a vehicle reference. That is crazy.
You weren't expecting the vehicle. Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, but watching TV all the time, I just actually watched a documentary last night about beavers. It was the best damn show I ever saw. It's like, now are you regretting doing that? No, I'm kidding.
Nah, we're good.
We're good. It's good. Somebody even dropped a comment earlier that we could go a whole hour of James telling dad jokes. And I'm thinking, oh man, that's pressure right there doing that.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, we're going to kind of wrap this up. We are getting close to time. We will stick around for a few more moments. We haven't really seen a whole lot of questions, but seriously, we're seeing some of the viewers dropping off. I pushed out to LinkedIn, so hopefully some of the LinkedIn folks will join us for a quick Q&A. But when this stream does shut down, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going over to track 1. So please join us over there. I will post a link here into the chat. So that way you can join us over on that one. But we will stick around a few more months. You have any last minute questions, concerns, definitely let us know and we'll be happy to answer those or address those issues. But it's been a real pleasure for everybody. We do really thank everybody who stuck around. Yep. Thanks again to James McQuiggan for filling in and really doing everything, because I am not going to lie, I've been on the phone a lot this week. Like my productivity level for the course is like whoosh. But I've had a lot of phone calls.
Well, I gotta thank my colleagues at KnowBe4, because I told them, I said, I'll be out moderating a virtual cybersecurity conference all day today, which is perfect. It's all about promoting KnowBe4, which is kind of what I do. But excited, real thankful for them supporting me on that and letting me come out and play and do this with Jerry's community, with the Simply Cyber community, and working with all of you. And so what was the original topic here on track 2? Well, this one was just one of the great things about this with today was these were great little 15-minute presentations, just bite-sized bits of information for everybody, everything from case studies of how people got into cybersecurity, from our analysts to CISO. We had how to build your own brand. We had some technical talks on Packet Tracer from ChatGPT, but deepfakes this morning. So this has been, I commend Jerry and you, Eric, and Kimberly, and everybody that put this together. Basically, giving track 1 kind of longer talks, but here on track 2, doing little smaller snippets and giving us an opportunity to have a lot more different variety in the talks. And it was great all around. And I, got some new insights and made some new connections, and hopefully a lot of you did too, and look forward to when we do this in person one day.
Sorry, as always, mod chat is a little interesting. But I did a little snippet saying that we're doing our version of Gerald's jaw jacking, and your hands are like this. There was a comment from DJ BSEC. Looks like James is blessing track 2.
Yes, yeah, go forth. Yes, exactly.
Go forth and prosper, Holy One.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Yeah, that screenshot looks pretty scary. So.
Yeah, especially my eyes are all bugged up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I do got to admit, one of the things I really appreciate, somebody just kind of made the comment with first-time speakers. I know we had some first-time speakers here today, and they just did a fantastic job. And, now they're also looking at doing some other presentations, and that's kind of how it starts. You get bitten by doing, public speaking, and you kind of go from there. And it's a lot of fun. Great way to meet people and connect with folks all around.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of these virtual ones definitely are a good entryway for a lot of speakers, right?
Safe zone.
They are able to get the jitters of doing the speaking, putting presentations together, doing that type of situation. They're able to bow out peacefully. They don't have, a lot of us are introverts, right? So, having those one-on-one discussions before you're going on, during, after, it can be very off-putting to a lot of people. So I do think, doing these type of things on a virtual conference is a real good segue. How do these things work and everything like that, and it really introduces them to it.
So, yep. So certainly, folks, you want to just kind of scroll back up. You'll be able to find it in the chat, the track 1 link. If you haven't already been having it up on your screen, I know I've had track 1 and track 2 running on my one of my other monitors here all day, just watching the feed. But definitely. Go check out track 1 as they're wrapping up the other presentation, and we're going to have Jerry with his final thoughts and information. So again, thanks everybody. Appreciate the support and being here. Have yourself a great evening. Enjoy the closeout, and hopefully enjoy the capture the flag. And always a pleasure, Eric.
Absolutely. Are we doing the normal closeout that we do for the podcast, or?
I was going to.
Okay, so you have that designs up. Okay, good. I will bow out and let you do it, good sir. Thanks so much.
Sounds good. Thanks, everybody. Have a good one.
That content. Keep the cybersecurity train going by connecting with the other Simply Cyber community resources. We have the Discord server that's lively and always keeps the conversation going. You can connect with me directly on LinkedIn. And also every single weekday morning on the Simply Cyber channel, we're doing live daily cyber threat briefings, 8 a.m. Eastern time, as well as Thursday at 4:30 p.m. We're doing live stream interviews with industry experts, and we produce videos that we push out every Wednesday morning. I'm Jerry from Simply Cyber. I hope you enjoyed the content, and we'll see you in the next one.